more enforcement. He urged traders to use designated PSP operators and stop illegal waste disposal. Yes. So we want a cleaner Lagos. If you go around Lagos, you'll realize that there's a lot of refuse heaped at medians. You go around Igondo. I think I talked about it here one time. I was around Igondo, one stretch of road on Igondo, and the entire stretch of that road, that should be like, if I'm not mistaken, should be like a 3-kilometer road. The entire stretch had refuse at the median, and you start to wonder what exactly is going on. Now, for the market, I think some parts of Ojolegba market as well was short. Shops were affected in some streets in Ojolegba, along with the ones mentioned already. Yes, I understand that we should, be clean and dispose our refuse properly, but in some of these areas, the Loma is saying that they've been warned severally. Now, the shop owners, yes, they generate waste in the shops, but they also have residential buildings around there. How do they dispose their refuse? And we know how refuse pickup has been. It's been horrible. The PSP operators can't find their way to some streets. In my vicinity, it took a while. It took a long time for the PSP operators to get into the area to clear the refuse. And that was largely because construction was going on. Construction is going on. And in some of the areas where construction isn't going on, you still don't even see them. Olushosu is filled up. The other one too, filled up. So, and just the other day, I saw a post, some information saying that refuse collection fee has been increased because of diesel prices, maintenance of the trucks, and they apologized for not being up to par in service delivery. They explained it in the notice that it's because the dump sites are filled up and they're having trouble, And then I read up on it. Some of the rain and everything has affected the floor around the dump site, so it makes it difficult for trucks to go in and come out. And then you have some trucks breaking down. But now the people are having to bear the brunt of this. Shops are being closed. Businesses will suffer for the inefficiency of some individuals or some businesses and inefficiency of government itself. I think it's unfair.
It's unfair because I'm just wondering why they had to lock up those shops. Is it because there were refuse in front of their shops, or is it because
they kept dumping refuse at the median?
And so if outsiders come to dump refuse, you leave your shop and start fighting them or what? I was around Lagos over the weekend, and like you said, the entire city is messed up. And so when you say things like this, instead of government, taking action, they will come after you. Lagosians will come after you. I mean, if you think that Lagos is messed up, why don't you go back to your state? They don't even know where you are coming from. I've lived the better part of my life here. And so I think to an extent, I have the right to say, well, the city is messed up. I was in the island. I was in parts of the Igondo area that you talked about. The same thing. I was in Ojolegba. I was around Lagos over the weekend, and the entire city is messed up. And so PSPs, what are they doing? At every turn, we pay less. We pay more for less.
We pay more for less.
We pay more for less. In telecom, we pay more for less. In health, we pay more for less. In power, we pay more for less. And even the PSPs, refuse disposal and all of that. And they have stopped these
truck pushers,
the truck pushers. They stopped them for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But you still find them around some areas in Lagos. And you know what? While they are picking refuse, they're also picking manhole. And so if you go to Amuo or Lofi, if you go to First Track area...
Those ones are not truck pushers. Those are just those guys that take metal.
Metal and all of that. I lump all of them together. And because, you see, the local government covers the manholes. After 2 or 3 days, you don't find them anymore. And some good Samaritan uses a tire, to cover that place, to ensure that vehicles don't run into the manholes. Yes. The next minute, the tires are removed. By who? And so it's a very difficult... We need more policing in this city. We need more policing, not just...
We need orientation. We We
Good
need
policing and
orientation.
reorientation. You know why? People don't normally do right except they know that there are consequences. That's the nature of humans. If you go to places where they keep the law, it's because they understand that there will be consequences for their actions
breaking
and
the law.
inactions, for breaking the law. But here, there are no consequences, and that's why people have a free reign. They live anyhow they like. And so I'm just wondering, now, what do you expect these people to do? You locked up their shops. Are they to turn to PSPs or what? Or to stop people from dumping refuse? Like you come to in front of a refuse dump in front of my shop to dump refuse. I leave my shop open and start fighting you. It doesn't happen. So it's a call on government to clean up the city. They need to clean up the city because at a point it's already a menace. And
It's a menace, yes.
if it becomes a health issue, especially during rainy season, now that we are in rainy season, some of them, when it rains, and there's a flood, all of them are washed into homes and everywhere around. So before you know it, an epidemic will just, come up out of it. So it's a very difficult situation. If you have increased the cost of, if Loma has
Collection,
increased
yeah.
their fees and cost of collection, I mean, it's natural, it's conventional wisdom that, you'd have to do more to satisfy the people. And it's not good that people are paying more for less services. It's quite unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed. Very unfortunate. And like I said, we should keep environment clean and all of that, but government should also do its part. Understand that you can't dump refuse in gutters. That's really bad. You can't dump it by the roadside. But then local government should provide silos, places where people can dump these things, and then it to be in a particular space. And when the PSP come, they can pick it up from there. That will go a long way in keeping Lagos clean. Lagos really is dirty and should be kept clean. Well, let's move away from that to another conversation. Human rights. Now, this is one, one conversation that has been on the lips of Nigerians for a long time, especially since the outbreak of xenophobia in South Africa. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana, SAN, has called on the federal government to impose economic sanctions on South African companies in Nigeria over xenophobic attacks on Nigerians. Well, Falana said diplomatic protest alone will not work and urged reciprocity, including revoking mining licenses and encouraging Nigerians to switch from firms operating in Nigeria where there are options. Firms like, in telecommunication, MTN. He also urged the federal government to allow Nigerians access to the African Court on Human and People's Rights to seek justice for victims. Yes, now we've been talking about the attitude of government towards Nigerians in South Africa, Nigerians that have been affected by the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. And it's obvious that Nigerian government is not doing enough to protect its people. Some other countries are doing a whole lot more. Now, it doesn't just affect Nigerians, I understand it. It affects Zimbabweans, Malawians, and Ghanaians, and a few others. But there should be more stringent measures by countries affected. Now, Femi Falana, SAN, did say that Nigeria and Ghana should come together. And yes, of course, I do believe that these two West African countries should come together and ensure that citizens of these countries that have lost properties in South Africa due to xenophobic attacks should be compensated. It should be compensated. Just the other day, the president snubbed the envoy from South Africa, yes, and got a thumbs up from Nigerians, but that's just one. There are other measures that should be taken to ensure that South African government understands that Nigerians are angry. The government of Nigeria. I mean, these two economies are the biggest in Africa. Nigeria has its population, which is an advantage to it. The market here. And South Africa has businesses as well. We understand that if these two countries have, if diplomacy fails, a lot will be affected. But let's take advantage of our size. Let's take advantage of the population and the fact that we have a market, a ready market for any business to stamp our feet on the ground and let South Africa know that you cannot continue to treat Nigerians in a bad way and expect nothing and expect no repercussion, that should stop. Now, that's on one side. Secondly, Nigerians should be treated better in Nigeria. Provide a thriving atmosphere for businesses. Provide justice mechanism for Nigerians that are affected by one thing or the other back home in Nigeria. And then Nigerians will be respected abroad. I think we should get to that point. We need leadership. We lack leadership, and we need strong leadership that will uphold the rights of the ordinary Nigerian right here in Nigeria, because that's the only way. When foreigners understand that they cannot, back home in your country, your government hold you in high esteem. When you seek for justice, you get it in your country. They will treat you better when you step into theirs. Nigeria is becoming a laughing stock around Africa. There's some content creators that do content, say, oh, if you feel bad, if you're having a bad day, remember that the president of Nigeria once said this, and then they put up something hilarious that the president said, and it's content. It's horrible. It's horrible that this is happening. So we need proper leadership in Nigeria. That's where everything rests on.
Yes, that's where most people in government, if they hear you say that, well, the two economies, Nigeria and South Africa, are the biggest economies in Africa, they'll be very happy to hear that. But unfortunately, that is.
But we have the market.
We have the market. Unfortunately, we are not the second biggest. We're even the fourth or so. You have South Africa, you have Egypt, you have Algeria. We've been alternating between number 3 and number 4, depending on nominal GDP and all of that. But essentially, GDP doesn't translate to standard of living. If you go about standard of living, Nigeria should probably be it should be between 15th and 18th in Africa in terms of standard of living. But that's not the meat of the gist. The meat of the gist is that Nigerian government, what can they do? Like people like Fumi Falana are saying, well, nationalize South African businesses in Nigeria. In the world of economic diplomacy, they have to consider a lot of things. The last time I checked, there are over 36,000 Nigerians in South Africa, documented and undocumented. And we were able to bring just 1,490 back. We still have a lot of them there. When I looked that up, in search engines, I couldn't find a number of South Africans in Nigeria, which means they are few and far between, probably in the corporate world, atop some of these multinationals, telcos, banking, fast-moving consumer goods, and all of that. And so it would be a difficult call for the Nigerian government to do that, because there are also other considerations they have. If you do that and South Africa unleashes its might on those people that are Nigerians that are still in South Africa, both the professionals that are even working for South African companies in Nigeria, the Nigerian companies or the Nigerian churches in South Africa, because that's the companies that we have in South Africa. That's our own export to South Africa. While they export telecom and FCMG companies to us, here we export churches to them. What will happen? And so I'm thinking the government is being very cautious. Like, people gave the president thumbs up halfway, when he snubbed the envoy, because they said he should have just sent him back instead of sending him to a junior minister. And the statement was like, well, if we should talk about this, I should be talking with Cyril himself, Cyril Ramaphosa, and not an envoy who has come to say what? To tell us that Nigerians have not been harassed or Nigerians have not been killed. It's a very thin line. Nigeria finds itself between a rock and a hard place, because if you say nationalized, well, the technicians that they have here, the technical expertise that they have here in terms of telecommunications, they will simply go back. Do we have what it takes to run those companies? We do have what it takes. We do have what it takes. Yes. We do have what it takes. When it comes to technicalities, the manpower, we have the manpower. Management might be a problem. And so if you have the technicalities and you don't have the management will simply run it down. That's where the problem will be. That's where the problem is. Because if you look at some of the Nigerian-owned telecom companies, they also employ these South Africans in their technical departments. And again, what is the quality of services that they render to Nigerians? So it's a difficult thing for the Nigerian government. They are working between a thin line, so they have to create a balance. I'm not of the opinion that well, that they should be stopped on South Africa. But in trying to be stopped to South Africa, they are playing safe so that it doesn't bounce back, it doesn't boomerang, against the Nigerian economy. We're already struggling with our economy. And so another addition in terms of having to make trouble with South Africa that has a lot of companies here might just give us more problems. But the government, and they have people that are well knowledge in the art of diplomacy. They should consult them if they don't know what to do.
Oh, well, let's move away from that. Let's run to the papers. Now, let's see what the headlines have for us. Nigerian Tribune has these headlines. The big story there, 2027. Eminent Nigerians float G100 to push for single presidential candidate to convene National Council of Opposition Leaders in 2 weeks. Unveil doctrine of necessity, democratic opposition. Want Atiku, Obi, Makinde, others to unite. And then on top of the masthead, again, presidency chides on IACOM. 43 reinsurance firms scale recapitalization hurdle as NICOM declares a new era. Awolowo Foundation opens nominations for 2026 Leadership Prize, Sectoral Leadership Award. And then you go further down. You have more headlines here. Nigeria's domestic petrol supply rises to 78.6% from 38.9% in 2025. Troops rescue 34 kidnapped victims, arrest ISWAP informant, recover arms. Oshun Benga Hashim urges Accord supporters, stakeholders to close ranks, vote for Adeleke. And yes, Obasanjo urges church to confront insecurity, poverty with militant faith. I take that one again for emphasis. Obasanjo urges church to confront insecurity, poverty with militant faith. All right? He will come and explain what he means by that. Well, those are the headlines from Nigerian Tribune.
And from the Daily Sun, beside the masthead, presidency, Atiku fight over reforms. The big story, ripples over Tinubu Catholic bishops meeting with the riders. Northern Christians back clerics, dismiss Bwala's claims. They are not cheerleaders, Atiku tells presidency. Bishops should acknowledge gains made, Shehu Sani. More stories. 2027, Christian groups petition Trump, Congress over APC Muslim ticket. NICOM completes recapitalization, clears for the 3 insurance companies. Social intervention programs have failed Nigerians. Oh yeah. Cross River unveils $1.075 billion PPP investment deal. And there are pictorials there. The one on the left side, Governor Mondo Bobolo of Edo State presenting branded T-shirts, caps, and other souvenirs to members of the Edo diaspora during the Shine Beyond Borders engagement in London, United Kingdom, last weekend. And another one, former President Goodluck Jonathan, Vice President Kashim Shettima, the celebrant and former governor of Plateau State, Jonah Jang, during the former governor's 80th birthday and book presentation in Jos last weekend. And those are the stories from the Daily Sun newspaper.
And that's how far we go today on newspaper headlines. At 10 o'clock, we'll get into analyzing these headlines. But in the meantime, Tinubu faces criticism over INEC, certificates, and hunger. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Well, President Bola Tinubu is facing criticism ahead of the 2027 elections over the economy, elections, and corruption allegations. The row started after Catholic bishops told the president that the country is bleeding and the economy is failing the poor. But the presidential aide, Daniel Bwala, said Cardinal Onayeko spoke for Catholics who backed Peter Obi, not all Christians. Atiku Abubakar condemned the presidency's response, accusing it of attacking honest voices and demanding an apology. He also told President Tinubu to stop blaming Buhari and deliver results, not excuses. Atiku urged Nigerians to vote competence, not bags of rice. Timmy Frank warned President Tinubu risk an embarrassing defeat if he ignores the bishops. Cardinal Onayekon said INEC cannot be independent when the president appoints all its leaders. Senator Dino Melaye alleged Tinubu did not submit primary and secondary certificates to INEC, and that's from some publication by INEC showing the certificates submitted by an individual. And on his page, Dino Melaye did put up a copy of that certificate that showed the primary school and secondary schools column empty for the president's certification. Only the BSc column was filled. Well, Serap also has chimed in. Serap has asked President Tinubu to probe an alleged 6.79 billion naira police fund scandal and missing firearms, including 42 AK-47s in the FCT command, citing the Auditor General's report. Well, it's a potpourri, if I may say, of news. You know, it's everything in there together. Well, we do have our guests to help make sense of it joining us virtually. We'll be joined by Dr. Kayode, Dayo Kayode, who is socio-political technocrat. He joins the conversation. And from Benin, Kelvin Ejimudo joins the conversation as well. Kelvin is a senior special assistant to the governor of Delta State on human rights, but he basically here in the capacity of a public affairs commentator. Well, Kelvin, good to have you join us this Monday morning. And
thank you, sir. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yes, thank you for obliging. Now, let's x-ray the statement made by the president's media aide. I would like us to start from there. The president met with Catholic bishops and the rest, and then Cardinal Onayekon made statements. And one of the president's media aide, Daniel Bwala, said he was speaking for Catholics. And what came to mind is, for me, what came to my mind was, does Daniel Bwala know the number of Catholics in Nigeria? Well, according to a record by, I think, Catholic Record, we have about 35 million registered baptized Catholics in Nigeria. That's a figure. And out of that, you have probably about 18 million of them, thereabout, are over 18 years of age, and of course means that number can vote. So how do you react to the statement? I would like us to start with that statement of Mr. Bwala to the Cardinal Onayekon. If you juxtapose that with, what happened with the bishops in the 2020, in the build-up to the 2023 elections, where some bishops were accused of, some accusation leveled at some bishops there. But what are your thoughts on this one?
Thank you very much. You see, hunger doesn't know religion, hunger doesn't know tribe, and hunger doesn't know political affiliations. What hunger understands is to be fed and to be okay. In Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we have, food, clothing, shelter. Food happens to be one of the major needs of mankind because it helps the body to function. And when the body functions well, the brain also functions well when there is food. Daniel Bwala, I'm not baffled with his utterances, because when politics pay all your bills, you find it very hard to stand upright and speak truth to power. One would have expected, a candid submission from Daniel Bwala. to say, yes, we know Nigerians are hungry, we'll do better. That response would have savored a whole lot of issues than coming to speak ill of respected bishops. These are the real bishops that have spoken truth to power, not the ones we saw during the build-up of 2023 election that were covering their faces with a nose mask, and we cannot identify the diocese they belong to or the religious affiliation they belong to, but they wore different colors of robe to the villa that they were bishops. But to date, we've not been able to identify whether the bishops of the Anglican diocese, Catholic diocese, Pentecostal diocese, we do not know where they belong. Having said that, it's shameful and it's an aberration that the bishop, these are people that have one-on-one interface with the downtrodden. They know the clown call being made by their members on a daily basis. They know how people feel in churches. Because just like you have the Muslims being free to their imams when they go to mosque to open up, to tell them how they feel, same way you have Christians also being free to speak to their bishops. So it doesn't tell well. There's hunger. You can't take it away. There's hunger in Nigeria, and you cannot just have that fact. Even the blind knows that there's nothing to eat. So I wonder why he comes to defend this.
All right, Kevin, can you hear me?
Very well, sir.
Okay, beautiful. I can't get your audio. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you,
okay,
sir.
Beautiful. Now, we hear APC apologies say, well, the Catholic bishops might have told the president the bitter truth, but they have a problem with bishops dabbling into politics. Do you have that problem? Shouldn't the bishops have told him the truth? Because it's politics. People are saying, APC apologies, some Nigerians are saying, why don't you just concentrate in religion? There's a difference between the state and religion. Why are you playing politics? How do you react to that?
You cannot separate religion from politics. Because even in the body of Christ, they have politics. We saw how the Pope was elected. We saw how all of this played out. So you cannot take away politics from religion. These are religious leaders, respected people that the Christian body look up to. And when they have a meeting with the president to interface, to speak on behalf of their congregation, they spoke truth to power. So saying that we shouldn't add religion to politics, no. They were invited to the villa to brainstorm with the president. And they told him the honest truth, sir, that people are hungry because they get the honest feedbacks. And I believe a state government will take feedbacks and run with it. Rather than trying criticisms and trying to do blame game, we are aware. Okay, what do you think we can do better? You seek for opinion. You see, opinions are never useless. The smallest of opinion can even help to shaping the government. We saw even in China politics, the Pope also give his statement as well.
All right, Kevin.
On international peace.
Kevin, let me stay with you. Let me stay with you. I like for us to be very real and very fair to all parties concerned. When the president had an audience, the Catholic bishops, and they told him that there is hunger in the land, there's economic decline, there's economic downturn, and all of that. Going into an election year, do you naturally expect that the president will have admitted that his government is not doing well going into an election year? Especially if you look at it at the backdrop of the president saying, well, all is fair in politics. Do you expect him to have acknowledged and admitted from what the bishop said, that there is hunger in the land going into an election year?
You see, the people he is governing are more important than the election. Without the people, there will be no election. So whether we're going to an election year is inconsequential in this circumstance. The modus of operandi here, the issue here are the people. And the second issue is the hunger and starvation. He should have admitted. You see, a true leader take responsibility and do not shy away from it. Okay, I agree there's hunger. These are my policies I'm trying to put in place to cushion the effect. Okay, kindly advise me on what model you feel as religious leaders will help to salvage the situation. Then they will tell him. Then he go back to his FEC meeting and see how he can induce some of his advices into work. It's as you see, when people don't accept criticism with the open mind, this is what you get. When you come in with the open mind, you absorb it, then you go to work with it. You get results.
All right.
They didn't come there as opposition. They came there as religious leaders, speaking for the body of Christ and their members.
All right, then,
so
thank you.
Going to election here is inconsequential in this matter. What matters more is, are Nigerians hungry? Yes. Are people starving? Yes.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's the best bet.
Thank you very much, Kelvin, for your thoughts there. We'll come back to you. Let's take this conversation to Engineer Muritala Salau Audu. Well, good morning to you. Here's the senatorial candidates, Kofi Central, NDC 2027 elections. Well, good to have you join the conversation this morning. We'd like to establish contact with you. So do us the favor, unmute your device so we can get your audio feed.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Welcome once again to the program. Now, let's look at this administration. The focus really is on how this administration has treated dissenting voices. What do you make? What do you make of the way dissenting voices are being treated by this administration? Is that the politics that we have delved into? Is it a new normal for Nigeria? And should we expect anything different from your party, the NDC?
Definitely. Nigeria has to expect things that are very different, far different from what we're having today. And that is why we are coming on board. If we are bringing exactly what the AP, what the ruling party is giving, there's no point of us telling Nigerians that we will change Nigeria. Definitely, we've seen a lot of, bad policies and, you know what is happening in Nigeria. And that is why, because we tried to correct them when we were there, but nobody listened. Of course, we can't come. You know who Peter Obi is, and we all know him. Sentiment apart, we know Peter Obi would definitely change the narrative.
Engineer Salau, let me stay with you. You are a candidate in the forthcoming elections. When the bishops went to meet the president said something that in politics all is fair. Do you agree with him?
No.
Why so?
This administration always come to defend what is not defendable. Always come to deceive Nigerians. Always come to to make sure they do damage control. The bishop has spoken well, and it's now left for them to do the needful. I believe they are not God. They are not. They are human, but a lot of policies they are putting in place that are against the masses. And with what is happening today, I even expect the bishop to even talk more. With whatever you have said, there's nothing wrong in what they have said. All they need to do is to sit down and look at where they are failing and try to put correction, not defending what everybody is aware of.
Engineer Salau, the president said all is fair in politics. Do you agree with him? You are a candidate in the forthcoming elections. To what extent? What will be the limit of fairness in what you do to outsmart your opponent? Are you ready to go to any length? Are you ready to go to any length to ensure that you win the elections? Because someone has said all is fair in politics. What should be the limits?
To me, it's not do or die. If I want to represent the people, I am not going there to represent my family or myself alone. I am going there to represent my people. It is not going to. It shouldn't be a do or die affair. If the people choose you, you represent them, and if they say no to you, you go home. It is not. It must not be do or die. So if he said politics is fear, I don't know which area he's talking about. His perspective might be far different from yours or from mine. But to me, well, he knows why he said so.
All right then. Okay, let me go back to Kelvin now. Kelvin, quickly. Now, the government argues that it takes time for some of these things to happen. The things that Nigerians have been clamoring for, the reforms, the changes that Nigerians have been asking for, that's going to take time. This administration has spent 3 years going. Some will link it to the previous administration, but the Tinubu administration itself has spent 3 years. Now, at what point should Nigerians stop, looking at the promises and policies and understand that it will take time? And how much time should Nigerians give to this administration to ensure that the policies and promises that it gave the people come to pass? At what point should we understand with this administration about the policies and the promises that were put forward?
Thank you very much. We have targets, we have goals and objectives. Every policy is aimed to achieve a target, a goal, or an objective. A target is for a short period, a goal for a long period, and the objective for a longer period. Now, in these three phases that these policies must pass through, you must know what are the pressing issues that needs an urgent result, like a target to cushion the effect. You push further to also getting your goals before the objective. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO, he is not a first timer in governance, in leadership, in administration. As of 1992, he was a senator. 1999, he's a governor. And he said, Emilokon, it is his turn to rule. And I believe he already has his own tailored plan on ground, having been well abreast about governance, the hiccups, the travails, the upheavals of the past administration, and what is coming to repair. So there's 3 years gone down the line. By January, February, we're having elections. And we've seen some skeletal improvement in some sectors, but it has not been visible in the overall view of the well-being of Nigerians.
So do you agree that 4 years is not enough for reforms to truly take place?
4 years is more than enough for reforms to take place if they are well spelled out, well pursued, and well carried out, devoid of encumbrances and also gimmicks, political gimmicks. A year is even enough to turn things around. You don't need 6 years. You don't need 5 years to push some of these things.
Okay, you don't need 6 years. You don't need 5 years. Kevin, I hear you say.
He said when he was sworn in that he's going to hit the ground running.
Okay.
And he's going to hit the ground also running.
Which he did by removing fuel subsidy.
He didn't result.
Which he did by removing fuel subsidy. Wasn't that hitting the ground running?
You removed the subsidy. You didn't have the plan B in place.
Kevin,
comes back.
Okay, I hear you say that there are little improvements. Can you tell us where are those improvements? Financial sector? Okay.
In the area of security, I must say the president in recent time have improved in the security of our country. It's not everything that's been aired on the public space, but I can tell you that the fight against insurgency has been improved.
Okay.
You see our military rescuing kidnapped persons, unlike before that. you don't get this responsiveness from their quarter.
Okay.
We can also see also in area of in recent time now the area of power sector. I believe we've been my play. I don't know for other areas, but we've been having light in recent times. I don't know, maybe because of the election that's approaching. But I would say in those sectors, relative improvement.
A relative improvement.
Yes.
Well, it's good to see that someone believes, at least in this government, that they are doing a little, to improve the lives of Nigerians. Thank you very much, Kevin. In the meantime, let's quickly run to Dr. Dayo Kayode, aviation tech expert, aviation safety expert, and political affairs analyst who have joined us. Good morning to you, Dr. Dayo Kayode, and thanks for being part of VOP this morning.
Good morning. How are you today? And then good morning to all other contributors.
Now, I don't know how long you have followed this conversation. We are discussing the issue of the bishop's visit to the president and the president's response to the bishops. The president said, well, if Nigerians are hungry, Nigerians have been hungry since I was born. The president did say quite a lot. And when Anayekra was on national TV, to take questions on the visit of the bishops to the president, the anchor asked him how the president reacted to all of this. He said, well, it's obvious that the president was not happy because we spoke truth to him. But again, he said, the president wants to win at all costs. How do you react to that meeting between the bishops, what they told him, and the president's response, holistically, briefly, as you can?
Yes, let me first of all appreciate the bishop, and especially Onaneko. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. That name seems a bit complicated.
Yeah, Onayeko.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, and then for his very, very nice comments, And again, number one, for the president to say that before he was born, Nigerians have been hungry. Are you now saying they should continue to be hungry? When you compare the hunger in the land, because no doubt about it, even in heaven, there is inequality. If you look at our hands, is the first proverb on the surface of the earth. That is, when anybody is being born, when you look at your fingers, you know they are not equal. But when you look at the inequality, it does not make any one of them ineffective. Each of the fingers has their own thing they contribute to the well-being of the whole hand. Now, is that the case now in Nigeria, whereby I read in the social media yesterday, a banker retrenched, now selling pomo alata, this cow skin prepared with pepper, and then hawking it. Is that normal? Here is a country whereby people can no more have access to education, health facilities, even road. I had Oshiomhole telling the works minister, Umahi, regarding him facing some other 200 roads without looking at the dilapidated situation of those roads on ground and nothing being done to that. Okay? Now again, the president said that before he was born, Nigerians have been hungry. Tell me, the kind of hunger we are experiencing now in Nigeria, can it be compared to the kind of hunger being experienced years back, some 10 years back, before APC came to government? I am removing party politics now. I am removing inter-party shenanigans now. We are talking about an individual that has been bestowed with the sovereignty of Nigerians to lead us out of the doodroom we were before becoming the president. You said something that you said, yes, he will hit the ground running. And then you gave the example of fuel subsidy removal. Look at what that has, where that one has led us to in Nigeria of today. I was reading again yesterday, the energy minister saying that by 2027, they are going to remove the little subsidy remaining again in energy. in power. Where is that one going to lead us? Again, can you be telling Nigerians that all is fair in politics? Can you be telling us that? Are you now saying that even when you don't have the requisite requirements, in as much as you can say yes, Emilokon, and then you are now telling your followers, ensure that you steal victory and go away with it. Let them meet us in court. Is that also fair? Don't we have guidelines? Don't we have electoral guidelines? Don't we have constitution? You see, these are all the issues that we need to put together to be able to assess that particular interview properly.
Dr. Dayo.
Yes.
Dr. Dayo, is there any one good thing that you think this administration has done in the past 3 years they've been in office?
Well, between you and me, even if there are skirmishes of achievements, even if, underline that, even if skirmishes of achievement, the sufferings of the people had overshadowed that, because the suffering of the people is becoming overwhelming.
Now, if you do admit that this administration has made some snippets of progress here and there, don't you think
even if, that doesn't mean I've agreed. I said even if.
Okay,
that
so
doesn't mean I've agreed.
Okay, let's assume that they have made little progress. Don't you think that they need more time to solidify, what they have done, to reinforce it and to do better? Don't you think that they need time instead of having to bring in a new administration to start afresh? What do you think?
You see, let me tell you this. A Yoruba proverb says, Ojú tó bá máa bá ní kalẹ̀, kò kí tàárọ̀ ṣe pin. That is, the eyes that you will use from morning till evening will not from morning be showing some level of lack of vision. Okay? This particular administration had shown right from the beginning high level of incompetency. And what do I mean? When you were being sworn in, right from that grant, before even entering the office, before even handling that red biro, you removed fuel subsidy without consultation with the stakeholders within the industry, without understanding what had been happening there before. I will give you an example. There is this policy of NNPC then, direct supply, direct purchase policy, in which NNPC have been using in refining our crude oil from the foreign refineries. You can Google it. Direct supply, direct purchase policy of NNPC. To a very large extent, that particular policy was able to make us to know the cost of subsidy and how to maintain that particular subsidy to ensure that Nigerians are getting, even if not fully, but at least to some extent, the value for their money. You did not look into that. You just came out, wham. And then you did that without even putting into consideration the economic and social effects it will have of the people. Look at where we are now. Tell me, where is that cushion effect that you even promised? The electric vehicles, where are they? Tell me, where are they? You just see some on the road. You see some few Maruas using it and some few vehicles using it. But has that been able to bring down effectively the price of transportation? Look at the effect on other goods and services. Go to the market and go and meet Iyalata that you want to buy ata and look at the prices. Go and meet Baba Eleron, Amuda in the market. Go and see how much
this
Amuda is
administration,
selling.
This administration, Dr. Dyer, I mean, a lot of these things, the price of fuel the market has been thrown open, and we have seen international forces, international happenings affect the price of fuel at the pumps here in Nigeria. And I mean, it's the same with some other countries, even in the United States. The pump price of fuel has gone up as well. Should we hold, even in Ghana as well? Okay. Should we hold this administration to the jugular because price of fuel has gone up, or because a subsidy was removed? Shouldn't there be other measures that would fix it? I mean, we know what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz.
Almost. Now, let me tell you this. Two things you have mentioned here. Two things you have mentioned here regarding the international price to participate. Now, let me start from bringing in other people to participate. At the inception of Dangote refinery, I am not a supporter of Dangote, and I can't be a supporter of Dangote, and that's the truth. But then there are some things that we just have to tell ourselves the truth. Look at this at the inception of Dangote. Look at the way his hands were being astuted towards bringing down the price through presidency as well as the downstream. The downstream. Dangote came out to cry. Even look at the activities of the so-called Nupeng and the other one. He came out to tell us even how much those people were charging him. That is in a country that we are supposed to have controllers. So what happened? Because everybody out there are just there to take their own chunk at the expense of the people. That is one. Two, on the international one you are talking about, Strait of Hormuz or no Strait of Hormuz, there is no country whatsoever that I have studied that doesn't protect the economic well-being of its people. Even in that Iran, where you have that war, can you compare the price of a fuel there to that of Nigeria? Can you compare the price of fuel in Ghana to that of Nigeria?
All right, Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, let me stay with you.
We're also looking at the exchange rate.
Dr. Dyer, I would like for us to
go and look at the exchange rate in Ghana to that of Nigeria. Even in Cotonou here, what is it that
Dr. Dyer, can you hear me?
More than Nigeria, that is making their currency to be better than that of Nigeria.
Beautiful. Dr. Dyer, I would like for us to talk about something that now INEC has published the list of candidates, but somehow we got to know that the presidential candidates, some of what they filled and submitted to INEC. And we saw Peter Obi submit his, in that form, he filled his primary school, his secondary school, and the university he attended. Atiku Abubakar didn't fill his primary and secondary. He filled his master's degree from one university, I think in the United States of America. We had Omoyele Sowore fill his own, no primary school, no secondary school, then university, master's level, even though we understand that he graduated from University of Lagos, his first degree. Now the president is primary, no school, secondary, no school, and he gave us CSU. How do you react to these uploads by the different candidates, especially those of them that said, well, no primary school, no secondary school, and they just gave us their university, the names of universities they attended. In the meantime, what the law requires is just a school certificate. So ordinarily, Nigerians should have known the secondary school each of those candidates attended. How do you react to this development?
Yes, that is a very good one there. You see, in Nigeria, there are a lot of things that are happening, especially concerning our various democratic and economic institutions. when you look at all these personalities you have mentioned, there is none of them that had not been contesting elections in this country before now. They might give reasons now not to have done that. But the question is INEC not having the records of what they have been filling into that particular form before now? Let INEC go back to their records and bring those things out and say, okay, when you were contesting so year, you feel this. Well, why are you not feeling it now? Well, and then they now go into history. Is it true that they were even having that record before now? If they are not having that record before now and they are not feeling it, then let them be disqualified according to the rules and regulations of elections.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Dayo Kayode. We know that even in the civil service, you're constantly asked to bring your certificates for verification.
And there must be consistency.
As you go from one level to another. Oh, yes. Well, thank you for your thoughts there. Let's go back to Kelvin. Kelvin, now, I do hope that you're still with us. Great, great. Kelvin, the president in the conversation he had said it would be wrong for him to hand over the rope to his opponents to hang him. And then he also spoke for INEC. You know, he did say that INEC is not trying to stifle opposition, you know. And some Nigerians have said, why would the president be speaking for INEC? Who appointed him INEC spokesperson? And I'd like your reaction to that. And also, do you expect the president to make things easy for the opposition? In his own words, hand over the rope to hang him. He will not do that. But do you expect the president to make things easy for the opposition in a democracy? And I added that one intentionally. Kelvin?
Hello, sir?
Yes, that's my question.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, what him saying doesn't want to give this rope to the opponent to hang in, it's all about performance. You see, when you perform, the opposition, they'll just go into hiding. When you do not perform, you will be tracked by the opposition. So the president is saying that he doesn't want to give his opponent the rope to hang him, meaning there is a skeleton in the cupboard. Because if you have worked and delivered to your people, defense of democracy, they will be singing your praises. If people will even say they don't think there's need for this president to even have opposition, if people will even find that they should be given more time to continue his good work. But when you do not perform and you are looking for an excuse route, then it doesn't add up. Because I for one will also say the president should not be speaking for INEC. INEC have their own spokesperson to speak for them. Let INEC have their spokesperson to speak for them and the president speak for INEC. But I keep saying it. As long as the president is the one appointing the INEC chairman, we will not have a free, fair, and credible election in Nigeria. Until the people decide by virtue of antecedent, people that have credible track record, people that cannot be compromised at the altar of money, religion, and political affiliation, then we cannot say we have an INEC chairman. Just like you say, the governor appoints the commissioner of police by virtue of the state police they are not, and you say the commissioner of police will not do the bit of the opposition. No, he will do the bit of the person that brought him to office. So in this way, we must call a spade a spade. If the president has performed, you saw Nigerians were clamoring that Goodluck Jonathan to come back and rule us because they felt during the Goodluck administration our economy was doing better. Everybody saying that Goodluck, let Goodluck come back, let him come back, because they felt he did well. That a good product said itself.
A good product
I don't
sells
see where
itself.
people hawk cement works. You don't hawk cement. Say buy your cement here, buy cement. People don't hawk cement.
All
You
right.
go to the shop and buy the cement.
That's okay. Never heard that one before, but thank you very much, Kelvin Ejimodo. And also, I like the thoughts of engineer Salau Aldi.
Yes, doing an advertorial is different from you hawking it. We have another product that they hawk on the street, but they don't hawk cement.
Okay. All right then. Engineer Aldu, let's get your thoughts, your concluding thoughts on this one, and then we'll run to the next conversation. We'd like you to stay with us as well. But let's get your thoughts on this one.
Well, my thoughts, I will advise the president. Nigerians are good in forgiving. With the way Mr. President is running this country and with his action and his reaction and action, he should I expect him to just call all the opposition leaders, all other presidential candidates, to prostrate for them and say, yes, I have failed.
Are you
Please
serious?
allow me to correct myself. Instead of him trying to, stop the opposition, trying to say, I won't give the rope to hang myself, and blah, blah, blah stuff. Okay. If you perform, how will they hang you? And of course, we all know he has failed. And if a student failed class, will you promote the student? So if he's asking for more time, he's telling us that no, he has failed. We should promote him like that. But trying to block every other people who might likely oppose his promotion. So, or he should come to national TV and prostrate for Nigeria and say, oh, Nigerians, he knows he has failed. They should forgive him. He doesn't know this is how, this is what he's going to meet on ground. They should give him more time so that he can correct himself. All what he's saying he's just trying to, it's not what we need. As a matter of fact, all APC members, I was there before. How many APC members can go to a TV station, defend the government without lying? And if you challenge them, they will turn it to fight. I was there before, I was part of them. They will turn it to fight because they have nothing to say. In this government, what did I see that is going? What President has done so far that is good, and it's only good for them, not for Nigerians, is the hardship they brought. That fuel subsidy they removed, you and I knew that was not fuel subsidy. That was not the removal of fuel subsidy. There was no how Buhari could be subsidizing fuel for 1,000 naira. Paying subsidy of 1,000 naira. Because during Buhari, we were buying fuel at 185 naira highest. So when he came to power, he said he removed fuel subsidy. We were buying fuel 500, 600, 700. Now fuel is over 1,300. So are you telling us that Buhari was subsidizing fuel for over 1,000 naira? No. So that is what he wants to do. Look at the electricity. How much are we buying unit before? Not even how much we are buying the unit. How is the unit running now? The recharge card we used to call, how is he running? Buy 1,000 and make 2 or 3 calls. So I cannot give any credit to this government as far as I'm concerned. In security aspect, is it decreasing or is it increasing? During Buhari 8 years, in my state, Kogi State, you can say everything you want to say. Security is okay. You can go to farm in Kogi, you can work in the night, you can travel in the night in Kogi State. Now, everywhere in Kogi that we are in danger. No, farmers are running for their lives in Kogi State. Also everywhere in Nigeria. Kogi. I just make Kogi as an example.
All right, thank you very much, Engineer Aldu. Unfortunately, we're out of time for this conversation, but let's get into another conversation. We'd like you to stay with us. This time around, we're looking at statements made by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, basically chiding Atiku Abubakar, who was his vice president. He said, biggest mistake. And that was the biggest mistake he ever made. Well, let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 20-year rift between former President Olusegun Obasanjo and ADC candidate Atiku Abubakar has flared up again ahead of 2027. While Obasanjo called picking Atiku as a VP in 1999 the biggest mistake of his presidency, the APC backed him with National Secretary Ajibola Basiru calling Atiku corrupt and disloyal. While Atiku hit back, saying he has no apology for blocking the third-term bid. If that's why he's bitter, I wear it as a badge of honor, he stated through aides Frank Shaibu and Paul Ibe. Well, Atiku also recalled supporting Obasanjo in prison and helping make him president, adding that gratitude should not become revisionism. Atiku further cited Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's praise of the economic team as the best Nigeria has ever had, urging Obasanjo to focus on current hardship instead of old grudges. Shehu Sani said the feud will likely continue until one of them is gone. We still have with us our gentleman who joined us virtually, Kelvin Ejumudo from Delta State, Dr. Dayo Kayode, and Engineer Moritala Salau. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Dr. Dayo, let me come straight to you. Old wounds made afresh.
Why? Why Miss Fritz?
Because I want you to start.
Why Miss Fritz?
I want you to start the conversation, Dr. Dayo. Dr. Dayo, Atiku is your principal, and he's saying, Obasanjo said, picking Atiku Abubakar was my biggest mistake in 1999. But Atiku Abubakar said, well, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala praised the economic team which I headed. Between Obasanjo and Ngozi and Atiku Abubakar, who is telling Nigerians the truth in this matter? Atiku Abubakar says, well, if you are bitter because I stopped your third-term bid, then I wear it as a badge of honor. If the third-term bid had succeeded, is it because Atiku wasn't going to be part of it? Was that why he was against it? What's your reaction to this?
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me start from where you stopped. Was it that if the third term succeeded, Atiku wouldn't have been picked? Let me quickly tell you this. Atiku, even in the first instance, was never thinking of becoming the vice to Obasanjo, because already he had won the election in his state as the governor.
Why didn't you reject the offer? Why didn't you reject the offer of VP?
There is nobody who sees elevation that will reject it in the first instance. If Atiku Abubakar had known that this is the kind of a person he was going to work with, he wouldn't have even accepted it. He wouldn't have even relay with him politically. Because when you look at the trajectory, political trajectory of Atiku Abubakar, you will know he's one of those politicians that had never exhibited desperation. And this I will explain to you. During the period of SDP, of which MKO Abiola won the primaries, go and look at it. You will be able to see the input of Atiku Abubakar in that area. You will know that without Atiku Abubakar, there wouldn't have been MKO Abiola at that convention. the history is there for everybody. Again, even this same president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you will know that without Atiku Abubakar, there wouldn't have been Tinubu's presidency of today. Because at that time, it was Atiku Abubakar that held on to Obasanjo to allow Bola Ahmed Tinubu to have his second term, while Obasanjo drove away all other AD candidates in the Southwest. Now, coming to Atiku and the Obasanjo field now, if Obasanjo is saying that Atiku is his greatest regret, well and good for him. But however, let me quickly point all these things out. With due respect to Baba Obasanjo, with due respect to his family, with due respect to his friends and associates. But the truth must be told. Number one, if you look at the person of Obasanjo, you will know that he is somebody that is highly unforgiving and vindictive. How do I say this? During the second term, when they were planning for second term, we're all aware how people like Jonah Ibori, this governor of Alamesia, and some other governors and ministers were telling Atiku Abubakar, in fact, they even collected funds for him to contest against his Oga Obasanjo then. But Obasanjo went to Atiku to allow him his second term, and which he did.
Okay.
Because he knew Atiku was having that structure to upstage him.
Okay.
Through those people that he had brought into government.
All right.
After giving him that second term, what did he do to Atiku? He now said, you now want to go on third term. How can you go on third term that is unconstitutional?
All right, Dr. Kayode.
Of Atiku's stature. We never allow that.
Okay.
And you are now using that one to be vindictive on the gentleman.
All right, Dr. K, we'll come back to you in the course of the program. Let's get the views of other guests. Now, let me come to you, Kelvin Ejumudu, a man that has contested for presidency or that has tried to be president 6 times. And if he does in 2027, it will be the 7th time. Does it come across to you as someone who is desperate to lead the country? Do you read desperation in that? 7 times if he does 2027.
Well, I do not see desperation in it. I see faith. You know, they say it's not how many times you fall, but how many times you're able to rise that matters. You know, we have a lot of people that tried a lot of times, and finally they get what they desire. Even if he contests for the 3rd time, if he feels it's capable and he feels he can win, let him try. If he does not win, then he knows, okay, well, you can try again. So I don't see desperation in him. He has been a VP. Perhaps he felt there are a lot he can do as a president to better Nigeria. Let him come out with his manifesto and let him try his luck.
Okay.
If he wins,
now, the man that
he go back to his drawing board.
He was vice president. He was vice president between 1999 and 2007. And his principal, the man who was president then, Olusegun Obasanjo, says, well, I don't trust this man. I'm not sure that I can trust Nigeria in the hands of this man because he is not very decent in terms of fiscal responsibility. Do you see Atiku as that person? Especially if you understand that he also ran the economic team and it was under his watch that the economy was prepared to become the highest in Africa, 500 billion worth of economy, the biggest in Africa. How do you reconcile both positions? I mean, the former president says, I don't trust him, I can't trust him with the economy, with the country. But again, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who was part of that economic team, said, we did our best. We even propped up Nigeria to be the biggest in Africa. How do you reconcile both positions?
You know, politics is a game of interest. You can see an interplay here of interest. And I think some form of bad blood. Now, the president cannot tell, Excellency, former President Olusegun Obasanjo cannot tell me that the man you work with for 8 years, you don't trust him. And you feel is unfit. He must tell us what are the great issues. Are there hidden battles between himself and Atiku? Are there an unfinished rift between two of them? They should come and play. I don't like when politicians hide an ideology or an agenda in between rift to push a narrative. I'm a realist. I don't believe in selling an idea that doesn't exist to me. I look at it from a real point of view. Black is black and white is white, and so be it. Right. Now, if he feels for a man he worked with 8 years, he should tell us the exact when that he feels this man as heir. Because we are aware, the records are there, the article stop his third term bid. And I think the man that's even desperate here is the former president. After done 8 years, you serve at the military head of state. You come to serve at the civilian head of state, you still want to go for third term. He's the one that's even more desperate here than Atiku.
All right.
Because at that time, we knew our economy was we also have a lot on our reserve as a country. So if Atiku was the one running the economy and he was taking, the president was taking charge of the administration, then how come he's not telling us a man that worked for 8? If he said Atiku is not the president, he also cannot be trusted as well.
All right, then. Thank you very much,
If the father tells you that this is my son, be careful of my son, then the father also has a considerable character as well.
All right, thank you very much, Kelvin. Well, some people, different opinions, really. Some people believe maybe a third term would have made things different in Nigeria. I mean, an Obasanjo third term. Some people believe that, given if he had gotten a third term, maybe, just maybe, the democracy we have today would have been different. But anyway, that's a different conversation. I would like to hear from Engineer Audu. Engineer Audu, now, straight up question, yeah? How do you think Obasanjo's comments, about former President Obasanjo made the comments, APC latched onto it to, discredit Atiku's personality. How do you think that comment will play out in Atiku's quest for the presidency, in his journey to the villa? Do you think it will have any impact on Nigerians and those that support the gentleman, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar?
Well, to me, Obasanjo comment is political. This is the same Obasanjo who rejected Atiku in 2015, supported him in 2019. This is somebody they've worked together, and to me, I've been saying it on social media, which I'm not supposed to say this because I have my presidential candidate. Atiku has been contesting for president, and with little things is making Atiku to fail. He has not learned and he has not corrected himself. It is not everything you respond to. You see, it is better peace is always the best. Negotiating with people is always the best. Don't choose gun over peace. Don't see. Obasanjo is entitled to his opinion. He's an elder statesman. He will have the candidate he's supporting, which of course we all know Obasanjo is supporting Obi. He's not even supporting Tinubu, who came from the southwest. Obasanjo's candidate now is Obi, which everybody is aware. And which year? 2023, Obasanjo supported Obi as well. Whatever comment that came from Obasanjo's mouth, Atiku should have remained silent and not responded to it. Atiku is now the one promoting that whatever Obasanjo has said negative about him. He's not the one promoting it, and it could cause him losing that election again. Because no matter what you say, no matter how you see it, Obasanjo still have his people, his follower. Some people still listen to Obasanjo, and Obasanjo was a global president when he was a president. Since Obasanjo left, let's tell ourselves the truth. Has Nigeria progressed from what Obasanjo left? During Obasanjo, do we have it this bad? Go and check record. Are you talking of security? Are you talking of economic team? Are you talking of what do you want to compare now with Obasanjo administration? So definitely, both international community and even in Nigeria here, Obasanjo have his follow, and international community, they have influence in Nigeria election.
So basically, you're saying that his stance on the candidacy of Atiku will be detrimental to Atiku's journey to the villa.
Not 100%, but 10 minus 1 is 9. 10 minus 2 is 8. It's not 12. So Atiku should be looking at that, should be making more friends than enemy. Anybody is free to say whatever they want to say. Go there and make peace with that person. Like, unlike Senator Yayi in Ogun State, who is contesting for governor of Ogun State now. Obasanjo never supported him. He said it openly where Yayi was, that somebody cannot come from Lagos to become, we cannot import governor in Ogun State. And Yayi went to Obasanjo home and, make alliance with him, and even said he is the son of this home. So that is what I expect Atiku to do. How many people will he respond to? Everybody cannot like you. Everybody cannot support your ambition.
Dr. Salau, talking about
Atiku. Now.
Okay. Dr. Salau. Okay, Dr. Salau, I want us to talk a bit more about Atiku. Now, Bashiru, the National Secretary of the APC, has supported Obasanjo where that Atiku is corrupt and disloyal. In 2017, Atiku threw an open challenge, and he said, as widely reported in the press, anyone who has evidence of corruption against me should please come forward. That was in 2017. Up until this moment, nobody has come up with one single evidence that made Atiku corrupt. EFCC has not prosecuted him. ICPC has not prosecuted him. Where do we get this impression that Atiku is corrupt? I mean, he threw up a challenge and nobody has come up to say, well, you did this and this. You took money here and there. Not even one person. It's called the Atiku Challenge. 2017 up until this moment. Why do we always believe that Atiku is corrupt? Yet, we cannot prosecute him.
That is exactly what I said. I said a lot of things they said is political. And the Nigerian people always attack personalities. Because when you don't have proof, I am not saying Atiku is corrupt. I'm not even saying Atiku. I'm not saying Atiku is corrupt or is not corrupt. And besides, who is not corrupt in Nigerian politics? Those who have ruled us. What you know Obasanjo's word before he became the president. What is his word now? So if he's saying Atiku is corrupt, who is he not corrupt? Even he himself. Even he himself, I'm not supporting Obasanjo. I am saying Atiku should be looking at how to win election, not how to create enemy or, expand enemy. Okay. He doesn't need enmity now. Right. He should be looking at how to win his election.
Engineer Audu, you just said something in passing now that needs... Engineer Audu, you said something in passing that needs further interrogation. You said, which Nigerian politician or which Nigerian in politics is not corrupt? In the past. Okay, so moving forward, if you get into politics, will you become corrupt? Will the system corrupt you?
I will not.
How?
I will not.
How so?
I will not, because I don't need too much. I don't need too much. People don't know. They don't need too much. The money you are acquiring, that if you die, none of it is going with you to the heaven. Why do you need them? You packing money that is of no use to you, and it's going to be a problem for you. So I don't need too much.
Okay.
If I'm opportune to be in power today, I will serve my people. I will serve my people well. Okay, why do I need much money for?
Okay, but you're going there to get the money, but you don't need too much of it.
Everybody needs money. Nobody who doesn't need money. But don't take what does not belong to you. You don't need to steal. As someone who is in power, you don't need to steal. There are a lot of opportunities for you. There are a lot of things you can do with government machinery without stealing one kobo, and you invest in people's lives.
All right then. All right, thank you very much, Engineer Audu. Let me go back to Dr. Dayo Kayode. Dr. Dayo, let's talk about the G100. Now, the G100 have said they will call for some sort of meeting in the next 2 weeks, talk about, and, call the opposition together and go back to the Ibadan declaration and see how they can come up with one viable opposition that will stand in the election against President Bola Tinubu. What are your thoughts on the G100 and their aim?
Yes, you see, this is what somebody like me have been clamoring for before now. I think I was on a particular program with Okoro, sitting down with you there, and I discussed that with him, that it should not foreclose what this guy said, Seyi Makinde, that the opposition will be coming up with one single candidate. No, it was Udo. No, yes, it was Xavier Udo that I was discussing this with. And I said, forget about what happened thereafter. They know what they are doing. Politics has to do with a lot of conceptual scheming. Underline that conceptual there. Conceptual scheming, which is translated in Yoruba to Ojú mi lórí, ọ̀rọ̀ mi. You're only looking at my face. You don't know what is inside of me. So in the coming days, I will appreciate it. I will support it. However, let me quickly add this regarding what Engineer Audu said. You see, when it comes to Obasanjo and Tinubu, you can see some kind of similarities. And I will explain to you. Tinubu said sometimes ago, please don't expose my past, this and that, because it will affect his own personality irreparably. He also told the bishop again that, listen, I will not put rope on my neck by giving opposition or any other person the presidency. While Obasanjo is saying it is over his dead body that he will see Atiku get it to Aso Rock. The two of them, they have a past that they know that they don't want people to expose. Like Tinubu now, look at the old money of subsidy, all the money received from subsidy. Are you saying, like Audu said, GEJ, Jonathan, was subsidizing our fuel with 1,000 naira? Where is that money? All the monies you have borrowed, where are they? All the monies that have acquired to us, the money being missing in NNPC, where are they? So definitely we don't want any other person to come to that place so that it will not be exposed. So also Obasanjo, we don't want Atiku because perhaps he think that Atiku will expose him. No, but that's not the issue. Atiku, as of today, is one of the foremost Democrats in this country. Before now, he had not been talking. He had been to Obasanjo's Abeokuta residence for so many times. But however, he now knew that, listen, when you don't dispute some lies along the line, it will become the truth. And that is why now he's now saying, okay, let us talk about it. More importantly, that even the DG of WTO, that is World Trade Organization, had come out to say plainly, in plain language, that Atiku has been the person that brought together the best economic team in this country. And then there are records to show for that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the G100 are now coming together to see how they can bring up the best of all the opposition presidential candidates.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Dayo Kayode. This will be a good place to anchor the conversation today. Thank you for your time and your thoughts. We've also been speaking with Kelvin Ejimudo here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst, and engineer Salau Aldu Murtala, senatorial candidate, Kofi Central NDC 2027 election. Well, you sound like a gentleman politician, and are you sure you're ready for the tussle? Talking to engineer Aldu.
I'm very ready.
You're ready?
Very ready.
Okay.
Yeah, just advise Atiku to consider Obasanjo age. When people are getting old, you know what could come out from them. You don't expect perfection from them. Obasanjo is almost 90 now. If he tells us his real age.
But Obasanjo have been doing this before now. Even before getting to 90, I've been doing this. It's not about age. It's about his thinking. Right from the beginning. About his heart.
All right, gentlemen.
So that age is not even the issue.
We'll be happy there is crisis in other political parties so that we can have our way. I don't need to advise you, but it's better you make peace to have your way.
All right.
Than the problem.
All right, thank you very much. Coming from the gentleman politician, engineer Aldu. Well, gentlemen, this is where we wrap it up for today. We do appreciate you, gentlemen, for your time and your thoughts on the program. That's it on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. See you at 10 o'clock.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOPtv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Low-priced alternatives and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toad Heck Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. So if you're just tuning in, you're right on time. Time for us to dive into the headlines, make sense of it all. And we do have the papers with us. We'll be going into the headlines and we'd like for you to come along with us. I am Moses Humphrey. Definitely not alone. I have Chukwuma Okoro with me. Well, he also doubles as an analyst, so you'll get to hear his perspective on some of the things being discussed. And we also do have Lawal Ekundayo, who is an educationist, a farmer, and of course a public affairs commentator. Good to have you join us this morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
We also have joining us virtually from Port Harcourt, we have Olalekon Ige, a journalist and a public affairs commentator. Well, thank you very much, Ige, for joining the conversation. Now, yes, good to have you join us. Good to see you as well. I do hope the audio will be better so we get your feed. Now, let's dive into it. I'll take a few headlines from the Daily Sun, and then we'll get into the Guardian and the Punch and other papers as well. So, presidency article fight over reforms. That's from the Daily Sun, just beside the masthead there. Ripples over Tinubu Catholic bishops meeting. Northern Christians back clerics, dismiss Bwala's claims. They are not cheerleaders, article tells presidency. Bishops should acknowledge gains made, Sheikh Husani. And the Guardian says, Onayekon, Atiku, Christian leaders, Huriwa, tackle presidency. Let's see what the writers have for from the Guardian. The writers there. Atiku demands apology to Cardinal, Catholic faithful. Northern Christians back bishops, caution Bwala. Huriwa faults aides over attacks on cleric. APC insists Tinubu has structure to win 2027. Christian group petitions Trump over Muslim ticket. CYAN, that's C-Y-A-N, urges sustained U.S. pressure on Nigeria. APC chieftain urges Nigerians to reject religious politics. All right, those are the headlines there. I'd like to start off with you, Mr. Ige. How do you react to this headline?
I think we're in a political season. Remember the general elections are coming up next year, and you expect that these kind of headlines, will pop up from time to time. These are just the, normal introductions. The major ones will come once presidential election campaign starts. So it's a normal thing. It's not nothing strange. We'll be having it since Nigeria gained independence in 1960. Different rhetorics from political actors. So it's a normal thing.
All right, let me get your thoughts on this. Yes, well, we talked about it already on the morning show, but let's get your own view now.
Yes, my own view. I'm not sure that I disagree with Mr. Olaleko Ige. It's not a normal thing. The season of politics is not normal for us to hide from the truth. This is a period that we should all tell ourselves the truth. I also disagree with Atiku Abubakar when he says that the president should apologize to the bishops and the Catholic faithful. No. The president should apologize to Nigerians. Yes, the president should apologize to Nigerians. The president is simply telling us, hey, gentlemen, I can't do this job. I can do this job. We knew that there was hunger in the land. You knew that there was hunger in the land. Mr. President, you said you understand what the job is all about, only for you to turn around and tell us that, well, Nigerians have been hungry since you were born. That is the worst line I have heard in my entire life. A president telling the people, well, you have been suffering even before I was born. So why did we elect you as president? Meaning that you don't even know the job. We let you in. We elected you to become president so that you stop the hunger, you stop insecurity, you stop economic decline, you build hospitals and roads for us. And now a group of elders, bishops for that matter, clerics, came to your office to tell you, look, you are being shielded from the reality, from the truth. And the president turns around to tell the bishops and Nigerians, well, you can as well be hungry. After all, I'm not the cause of your hunger. You have been hungry even before I was born. I can't imagine. I'm trying to wrap it around my head whether the president was actually the person that said this. Because it sparks of insensitivity, it sparks of indifference, it sparks of lack of emotion on the part of Nigerians that are suffering. And we hear people like Daniel Bwala saying that, well, that the cleric, that Onaikon spoke for Catholics. He didn't speak for Catholics. And even if he spoke for Catholics, we have how many? About
35
million Catholics in Nigeria,
Catholics
baptized Catholics. And they constitute more than 18% of the Nigerian population. How many votes did the president use to win the election? Just 9 million people. So, as a matter of fact, the Catholics could put together and vote him out. So it's an insult to Christendom. It's an insult to Nigerians. I wish that the president will go back and tell Nigerians, I'm sorry for what I told him. Because practically he has told us, well, you are on your own. You can continue to be hungry for all I care. And the president says that all is fair in politics. All is not fair in politics. I don't agree with him. All is not fair in politics. Politics has measures. It has morality inside it. Moses, if I have a business with you, if I have an understanding with you, you don't cheat me and tell me that all is fair in business or that all is fair in politics. It's not true. And the president says, well, I cannot hand over the rules to my enemy to hang me. Nobody's asking you to hand over the rules. What we are asking you
but should he make it easy for the opposition?
He should make it difficult for the opposition by working, by delivering on the promises that he made. His performance should speak for him. We are not asking you to be what you did not promise. We are asking you to be what you promised. You told us that you give us electricity within 4 years. And if within 4 years you don't do that, that we should not re-elect you. 4 years down the line, 3.5 years down the line, we are worse off than we were before you even came in.
Don't you have electricity now?
No, I don't. I don't have. We are not asking him to go and build, to take Nigerians to the orbit or to space. We are asking you, reduce inflation, build roads, protect Nigerians. You swore an oath to protect the lives and property of Nigerians. Mr. President, you are not doing that. In under your watch, more than 23,000 Nigerians have been killed in just 3 years. So you have, as a matter of fact, should he have the moral right to remain there? And he's saying, Onaikon said, well, that the president wants to win at all costs. And you see it everywhere around him. It's quite unfortunate. I wish that the president will apologize, not to Catholics, not to the clerics, but to Nigerians, because he has disappointed us. I'm disappointed as a person. I voted for him, but I'm disappointed.
All right, Mr. Kundayo.
Thank you. One thing is this. I look at Trump's age. He's 80 or something, 80 years or something. And you see, every time he speaks to the press, sometimes he will lash at the press. But there's something he never stops doing when it comes to the people. Talk to the people. He always talk. If he had meeting with anybody, the press have the right to ask both parties what they discuss in the meeting. And then you see, the moment they are through with the meeting, they will face the press and tell the people what they discuss. Because they don't go there to have lunch or breakfast. They went there into that meeting to discuss issues that borders about their people, the population. So the people want to hear what they discuss in the meeting, and they will face the press and tell the press what they discuss. In fact, openly, sometimes the discussion will take place live before the press. Now, in Nigeria, the bishops, Catholic bishops, went to visit the president to discuss matters bordering their population, the people, to discuss this matter with the president. If the president cannot make it live for the whole Nigerians to see what they discuss in the meeting, it is not too much for them, both of them, that is the Catholic bishop group and the president, to grant interview to the press immediately after that meeting. Now, the Catholic bishop decided to go and speak to the people who sent them what the message is, that they have from the president to the people, and then the people of the president are angry. Angry over what? Did they go there to have lunch? Even if they had gone there to have lunch, they will still come back and tell Nigerians that we went there to have lunch, or we went there to visit the president. Now, what is wrong about what the bishops or Onayeko have done? Nothing. He has done the absolute, the right thing that is, expected. It's a norm politically all over the world. That you come and speak to the people immediately when you have discussions that have to do with the government. And then they are hungry. Why? Why?
Because he didn't tell them what they want to hear.
That's the problem.
Well, he didn't tell. Well, it's like he didn't.
So they should hide the truth, because they reiterate what the president said. And why are you angry? Did they not say that? Which one of them did what all those things that they said that this bishop said openly? Which one of them did they lie against the president?
All right.
This you should come out to tell us.
I think this administration should be a lot more careful. Because some Christian group have petitioned Trump over Muslim tickets, saying that Christians are at risk of annihilation, and I think that will have an impact if care is not taken, because we are in a time where preaching in public places like buses have been prohibited by the National Assembly, and we know the group that do that the most, Christians are the most. So it seems like there is really an attack. And then with this one, the Catholic Bishop Onayeko statement and the presidency's aides, Boala, and the rest of them, it feels like a direct attack on Christians and Christianity. But let me read this report here. It says, a coalition of human rights and Christian groups under the Christian Youth Alliance of Nigeria, CYAN, from the 36 states of the Federation and Abuja, have petitioned the President of the United States, Donald Trump, the U.S. Congress, and diplomatic missions over the continuation of the Muslim presidential ticket in the 2027 elections. The group warned that it posed a single gravest political threat to the safety of Christians in Nigeria. And they also want the international community to investigate the involvement of Arab nations in Christian genocide in Nigeria.
Yes.
In the build-up to 2027 elections, we know that the APC has stuck to its Muslim ticket with Kashim Shettima being the vice, of course. Do you think this will?
Moses, I'm not sure that this will be of any effect. You know why? In the midst of all of this, our president wrote a letter to Donald Trump telling him, well, I've made progress in security. I mean, Nigerians are better now, protected. In fact, the killing of Christians has even subsided in parts of the country. And we see Donald Trump, without, if you ask me, without having to reach out, to his envoys, his embassy, high commission, and consulate here in Nigeria totally agreed with the president, because he more like replied to the president in congratulatory terms. Congratulations.
And you don't think this will counter that? This will counter whatever.
That's why this one went out.
These things like this have been out there. Reverend Ezekiel Dachomon has been shouting.
That's an individual. This is a group.
The evangelicals have been shouting, even in the U.S. Riley Moore in Congress, Gregory Stobe in Congress, Ted Cruz in Senate, have been crying out. What's his name? Frank Otu has been shouting his voice hoarse. My people are being killed. And we see, I had a session with Alex Barbie the other day. He told me that, confirmed that a certain $9 million, to burnish the image of this administration is at play in the United States of America. And so I see this more like it's not going to be of any effect. The Congress already knows what is going on in Nigeria. So there's a certain level of pushback, from the government. And we even hear Christians supporting the Muslim ticket, whether they are paid Christians, whether they are hired Christians or what. And so there is this counter narrative, that it doesn't really matter, that the number of Christians being killed has reduced in Nigeria. And you know that this government is very good at propaganda. And so they are stuffing a lot of information into the United States Congress, directly and indirectly. So I'm not sure that this will be of any effect. In the meantime, in the ongoing carnage in parts of Benue Plateau, we see the United States of America remove a preponderance of the foot soldiers that they brought here in January. Why did they have to leave? More like our work here is done. Our work here is done. That's the statement.
They went after ISIS, ISWAP, leaders in Nigeria.
And they took out only one person. And the other day,
they left afterwards.
And the other day, there was a conflict between ISWAP and Boko Haram, and they killed themselves in numbers. Just telling you that it's still a clear and present danger in Nigeria. So, America, your work is not done yet. And I'm happy that Trump said, well, we are still willing to collaborate with you. We need those people to come back, and we need more of those people. Otherwise, the thing will just escalate.
I think one of the reasons that prompted them, that USS soldiers to leave, is the backlash, is the unwelcomeness of the leaders of the northern Nigerians. You remember, they kicked against it even from before that thing was even set up. They were against it openly. There was a protest. They organized this. They talked against it across board.
And you think that will deter the United States if they actually want to stay?
No. What I'm saying is that the backlash against them, we should look inward and ask ourselves, what exactly is going on? Because the place where these people are needed most to actually help us clean these terrorists, they are the one doing serious backlash against United States soldiers. Protests, condemning them, even for them to even come with those soldiers, it was a serious tug of war. They had to go against, many of the prominent leaders and clerics and people in the north to be able to do that.
So you have simply reinforced my position.
So
that nothing has changed.
So what I'm saying,
and so this kind of petition to Congress, we have lots of
maybe America will have to strategize, because one thing is this: the president is in a dilemma. You get
which of the president, Trump or Tinubu?
No, I'm talking about Tinubu.
Okay.
Tinubu, okay.
He's in a dilemma.
I'm not sure that Tinubu is in a dilemma.
I know what I'm saying. Just wait. You know why? In the north, the northerners have said, these are our brothers, these are our people. Don't kill them, negotiate with them, settle them, this and that. Many times they have to reintegrate.
Not all the northerners are saying that.
Majority of them are saying
just a few of them, not majority.
Okay, what about
the average northerner doesn't like what is going on in the
Okay, what about Gumi?
And so the president
Gumi is a cleric now.
Now president listens
That's just
to
an individual.
That's just an individual.
No, what I'm saying that it's not being an individual.
Well, a few of them.
A few of them. And we have seen where governors are negotiating with the terrorists. You get it? Sitting
because
down
they
with
are
them.
hamstrung. Because they are hamstrung. I'm not sure that the president is in a dilemma. If you say the president is in a dilemma, what you are saying is that, well, he's willing to sacrifice the lives of Nigerians for votes in the north. Is that the position? The president is not in a dilemma. If the president is in a dilemma, he knows what to do. He can chase out the terrorists.
But what about the leaders in the north? Some of the leaders kicking against that action to be able to, do the decisive thing.
Exactly the point.
Because I have seen, like this one we talk about, this Trump thing. Okay, look at when there was a conflict in Palestine. Nigerians protest. No other country except Nigeria. When there was war between America and Iran, Nigerians protest in the north against Trump and his administration. When they want to come, it did not us. There was a lot of protests and many backlash from the idea that we don't want American base here. We don't want this and that. We don't. Now, if the president wants to collaborate and say, okay, this is where we have the issue in Borno, have a base here, clean that area. And then some northerners are already, using the influence they have to kick against. I'm not saying the president is doing a good job.
No,
but I am saying
understand.
some of the constraints that we need to look at again from this other side. Look at what happened in Orire 1.
Yeah.
See, the moment it happened, you can see that there was a serious condemnation from the people in that community. There were protests across board. Even Davido went into, he went when he went to this World Cup, this thing. He even showed it to the world that they are not happy with it. Now, nobody is supporting it, and that is, I believe, one of the reasons that helped, putting pressure on the president to, for this thing to be resolved. So the backlash, the message from the people matters a lot when it comes to leadership.
All right then. All right, let's get Olalekan's view on this one. Let's get your thoughts in this particular headline.
Yes, I think for me, no need to dissipate so much energy on the presidency of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's clear that he has a path that he wants to follow, and that is his path. He's free to follow his own path. What is more important for me is for Nigerians to come out during the presidential election. Make up your mind. Determine who you want to vote for. The general election, especially the presidential election, gives all Nigerians the golden opportunity to sack the presidency. If they are deeply convinced that he has not performed well, it gives them the golden opportunity to sack him during the presidential election in 2027. So we can only continue to galvanize Nigerians rather than dissipate so much energy talking about the propriety or impropriety of his actions. Let's continue to energize Nigerians. Let's come up, let's turn out to vote in 2027. Less than 30 million people voted during the 2023 general election out of over 80 million registered voters. Since then and up till now, and probably up till the presidential election, a lot more Nigerians have turned 18 and a lot more Nigerians have registered. Can we have up to 50 million, up to 60 million Nigerians coming out during the presidential election to determine who becomes the next president of Nigeria? If there has been so much appeal to the Tinubu presidency and is not willing to budge, the next obvious choice is mobilize Nigerians and vote against him for 2027 presidential election.
Well, Mr. Olaleko, I think you are kind of unkind if you say that the interrogations we are doing is merely dissipating energy. Talking about, we elected this president, and if we see that he's following a track that is not working, the only thing that we can do, apart from going to vote, like you said, which I agree, is also to tell him that, Mr. President, you need to retrace your steps because the track you are following apparently isn't working for Nigerians. Or should we just keep quiet and wait till February 15th for us to go and vote? And when you talk about voting, the conditions that you see around you in the country in terms of politics, does it look to you like the elections are going to be free, fair, and credible? Especially when we see a president that says, well, I'm willing to win at all costs. I'm not going to hand over the news to my enemy, to my opponent to hang me. Does it look to you like the elections are going to be free, fair, and credible? Especially when a bishop told him the members of the people that you appointed in INEC are card-carrying members of the APC. The bishop said that. I didn't make it up. Okay. And Nigerians have always been interrogating that. And so if we interrogate these things and you come on air to say, well, we shouldn't dissipate energies, it's a very unkind statement, I must say.
No, okay. If you think it's unkind, apologies for that. But let me say something here. If the president says he's desperate to win, can Nigerians come out in 2027 to vote? We always complain every time. Will the vote count? Will the vote not count? Will it happen? Will it not happen? In 2023, there were people who won election, running election for the first time in their life, and they won election. Let's stop this rhetoric of vote will not count, vote will count. People should come out and vote. I told you that less than 30 million people voted in 2023. Can we have up to 60 million people coming out to vote in 2027? It is not sufficient for people to say vote will not count. Then you stay at home. Whoever that wins will be declared winner. Come out and vote. Come out that day. I'm a journalist in Rivers State and I monitor presidential election. I see polling units where less than 10 people come out to vote. A lot more people are in their houses sending messages on X, on Facebook. The president is this, the election is this. We agree, we don't agree. They have voters card. They didn't come out of their house, but they're on social media making noise. No, that is not to change a government. Come out en masse and change a government you don't like. Don't say votes don't count. No. Let's not tell Nigerians that votes don't count. Let's tell Nigerians that their vote will count in 2027. Whether INEC members are made up of APC members or not. If Nigerians are determined to sack Tinubu in 2027, it will be achieved.
All right then. We're getting all our thoughts in here. Well, let's take a few more headlines. Still from The Guardian. 10 insurers risk liquidation as 43 scale recapitalization hurdle. All right. Checking out the riders to that headline. Anxiety over possible forced merger, acquisition, structural legacy, challenges confine insurance adoption to less than 1%. Regulatory focus shifts to governance, trust building. 23 to operate as non-life insurers, 10 life. All right, there you have it. So, Chukuma, please, I'd like to start off with you now on this one. How does this particular story, I'm going to take it again for emphasis, all right?
It's okay. It's okay. But I do understand
all right,
the issue of insurance. This is the recapitalization process. We hear that some of them have been able to recapitalize. The insurance industry is one that is very, very low in Nigeria, but it's big business. Insurance is big business in some parts of the world. Unfortunately, Nigerians have not been able to take advantage of that insurance, the outlay, to either insure themselves, property, life, assurance, and all of that. Now, let's break it down. When insurance people meet you and they approach you and talk about life insurance, you know what readily comes into the mind of someone?
They want me to die.
Oh, you want me to die. you want me to die. So Nigerians run away from insurance, forgetting that one good day that you will die. I see a lot of people, I know a lot of people that are retired at the age of 50, 55, not retiring in terms of having to stop work, but retiring in terms of struggling further. You know why? Because in their 30s and mid-40s, late 40s, they put a lot of money in insurance, life insurance. We don't even know the packages that insurance companies have. There are ones that if you pay for like 10 years, you take a lot of money to start a business. There are ones that if you make contributions for a certain number of years, you receive pension for the rest of your life. Yes, these packages exist. But unfortunately, the only insurance Nigerians know is vehicle insurance.
Vehicle insurance.
And you know what they do? They don't even do comprehensive. They do third party. So that if I get involved in an accident with your vehicle, I'll just be obliged to fix your own and probably go and take care of my own. But if you do comprehensive, the insurance company will just will take care of both you and the other party. But because there is so much capital outlay, the premium on comprehensive insurance is high. If you buy a brand new car, like say it's 26 million naira now, and so you have to pay like a certain amount of premium on it, probably 10% of that amount, which is about 2.6 million. And if you drive that car for 1 year, at the expiration of that premium, nothing happens. I mean, the insurance company runs home. And so Nigerians calculate, why will I do comprehensive insurance? What if nothing happens to the vehicle? And again, we have a problem with insurance companies. There are layers of verification, before they even pay the premium and all of that. And so Nigerians, being the very impatient people they are, say, well, is it not better that I just take third party? I'll just go and fix the opponent's car and go and
sort myself
out. But if you ask me, the raw deal, the best deal is comprehensive. Just that you have to do a lot of follow-up. But like I said, Nigerians are very impatient. I'm happy that we are doing this.
Yeah.
You know that the banks even borrow money from insurance companies because they have a pool of idle funds, that they give to banks. And now that the MPR is high, monetary policy rate is right, they collect from you, the insurer, probably at 15% premium and invest it at 26%. So they are going home with more than 16% per annum. It's a lot of money for them. And that is why you see banks, almost all the banks have their insurance companies, tied to them. And so when they pull the fund from, instead of putting this into their CRR, cash to rise review, they put it to the insurance company and all of that. So it's a big business for the banks. But Nigerians should take advantage of that. I have a policy, as a matter of fact. I have a policy. And I know that
life insurance?
Yes, life insurance. And I know that I'm not about to die. I'm not about to die. And so I advise Nigerians to take out insurance policies. And I mean, if you can even take in the name of your children or your spouse and all of that and keep paying it, it's okay. It's okay.
But what does this mean for us in Nigeria as we hear that some of them face possible liquidation?
Well,
about 10 of them.
About 10 of them. What the NDIC is there.
And only 10?
I think they are NDIC covered too. Insurance companies are NDIC covered. And so instead of liquidating, what they need to do is to merge, so that they'll be able to, if they merge, they'll still stay afloat and continue to render services to Nigerians.
All right, then.
Thank you. My own side is that I think the level of awareness is not strong enough. The level of awareness in terms of a benefit of insurance is not enough.
That's so there should be more awareness.
More education on it. And you start from this, you start putting it in primary school so that children, they are already aware of the importance of insurance even before they start earning money for themselves. It's in secondary school curriculum, but it's not details. It's just something mentioned a little and then you go forward. But it should be in details in such a way that children are already aware, students are aware before they even get to that level in which they are already earning money. They can even advise their parents. Then second, another problem with insurance is the fact that, Nigerians don't have enough to save. So if you don't have the salary you are collecting is barely sustaining you, and then you need to pay insurance, you'll be looking at it as an extra constraint because Nigerians are taking out of even their savings.
Mr. Kunda, your saving is a habit.
No, I know what I'm saying.
Saving is a habit. Nobody has enough to save.
See, listen.
But people have money for parties.
How many are doing parties now compared to before?
When they were partying, were they saving? I do agree with you on the first point that you made. The awareness is low. At some point, you had some universities in the Faculty of Business, they had a Department of Actuarial Science, which is insurance. In some occasions, you go to that department, you see like 4 or 5 students in the Department of Actuarial Science. Some years, they don't even admit students. And so some of them had to close up because the awareness is low. And now you see people that studied probably English, people that studied mathematics and sociology get into insurance. They have to go
graduating. After graduation,
they go and train them again. So I do agree with you that awareness is low. You know why awareness is low? Because we don't value insurance. Like the first thing I say, the moment you hear insurance, okay, you want my car to have accident, or you want me to die, or you want my property to get burnt. So why should I insure it? Until we begin to clear that, that doubt that you don't necessarily need to die to have an insurance policy.
And that's the value of education.
The value of education.
Yes. You know that this insurance, we have it in agriculture. Because I thought agriculture, we have agric insurance.
Okay, your farms, your crops.
Yes,
and all of that.
We have it there. And then, but it's so minute, it's so, that part is so tiny that you just burst through within a week or less than, and then you are gone with it. So the students cannot grasp the reality of that insurance. They just see it as something I need to. Some teachers will even bypass it because they will say, this is not agriculture now. It's insurance. Which one is my business insurance? They may just skip it. You get? So that's our education needs to be revamped in such a way that it encompasses and is in detail comprehensive the value that we expect in our system. So that value can be taught to the young ones before they even get to the level in which they are adults. So that thing is already in them. That is why when it comes to picking courses in JAM, you see many of them will really go to that area.
Actuarial science. Yes.
Because you look at it and what does it mean? What why you would rather prefer to go to banking or to go to management, accounting, because that one they are subjects on their own in schools. So they are taught to understand the values of those areas. While the others they are just slotting, in a minute way, so that it just overlooks.
All right then. Well, let's take a few more headlines and then I'll go to Olaleko Ige for his thoughts, and then we'll wrap up this program. Well, Power Tussle rocks Obi Kwankwanso campaign. That's from the Punch newspaper. Nigeria earns 24 trillion naira from crude exports in 6 months. Nigeria earns 24 trillion naira from crude exports in 6 months. And then
shared it.
Yeah,
they've shared it, and
then some other headlines from the Punch newspaper still. Despite billions spent, over 6,500 PHCs, that's primary health centers, still non-functional. There you have it. That's from the Punch newspaper. Thank you very much. And so I'd like your reaction to that particular headline, Lawal. Despite billions spent, over 6,500 PHCs still non-functional.
Yes. It's in fact, I really want to talk about it. Now, you know what? Because we have 3 tiers of government. Those ones that are supposed to do the oversight function to make sure that the executives are doing development where, as expected. They have already been, they have already been filled. Their mouths are busy eating. For example, if you have a rep whose constituency has this primary health center, and he collects constituency allowances. Now, the presidency has the mandate to do something there. The governors too, the local government. Now, the rep that's supposed to look at all of them to make sure that they did what they're supposed to do, or has already collected his own money to do something in that area. That is the primary health center. Now, if he didn't do anything, that is the rep who has collected his own constitutional allowance, did not do it, then how do you tell the others? How do you monitor the others? How do you tell no, you didn't do what's supposed to do? What do you spend the money on? So everybody now keep quiet. That's why you see them, they never use that. How many times has the local government chairman visited the health center? Does he even use the health center? Before, if the governor is not feeling fine or wants to go for medical checkup, the closest health facility that is public to him is that primary health center. Not even the general hospital. I'm talking about the governor. Not even the general hospital. Is that health center that is closest to his own apartment, his residence.
No, they always have.
And then you will never use it.
They always have
abroad.
No, government has clinic.
Okay, they have their own separate from the people.
Yeah.
So whatever happens to the people is not their own business.
Well, you are saying that.
Yeah, because if you have your own, and then you're supposed to monitor the others, and then you're busy with your own, how do you know that the other ones that belong to the people are not? That's why it's not right. Everybody's supposed to use, whether you are, political office or that whatever you belong to, supposed to use the same thing that the publics are using. That is where you can put it right for the benefit of all. But when you separate yourself and then from it, you'll be busy with your own. Why the people, the one that belongs to the people, will suffer?
Well, thank you very much, Lawal Kunaya. Passionately delivered, I must say. Well, let's take a few more headlines. Yes. Fake agency scandal. Controversial DG fights back. Fingers more MDAs. That's from the Punch newspaper. Fake. I wonder why they keep calling it fake. A lot of people, they have something to pick with the fact that it's called fake. Well, fake agency scandal. Controversial DG fights back. Fingers more MDAs. And Nigeria in $15 billion flood losses as experts see wider insurance coverage. All right. Olaleko Ige, let's get your thoughts on either of these headlines. You could just, pick any one of interest. The two last headlines I've given and give us your quick reaction.
Yeah, I think the the news about losses, 15 billion naira loss.
Dollars,
$15
$15 billion.
You can easily take it back to the point where the guests in the studio were talking about the value of insurance. These are the reasons why we need to have a strengthened insurance industry. We don't need insurance companies. Even if we have just 3, 4, 5, and they are strengthened and they have the capacity, they will be able to underwrite some of these about agricultural insurance. Truly, there's agricultural insurance. You can take insurance against the produce that you have on your farm, or the produce that is going to come out of your endeavor in agriculture. These are things that insurance companies can underwrite. So I agree completely with them. We need more sensitization. A lot of Nigerians believe that insurance companies are only good when they collect premium from you. The moment you suffer loss, to get your money from insurance is always a problem. So the insurance company need more education. They need to educate us more. They need to assure Nigerians that they have the capacity, they have the capability, and that whenever any insured group or persons suffer loss, they can easily get their money out. I know a friend who had comprehensive insurance, had an accident, and it took him nearly 1 year to be able to get his car fixed. And he told me that, look, he lost confidence in the insurance industry. So we need more engagement from insurance companies to be able to take care of losses, particularly in post-flood losses like this, during agricultural losses related to fraud.
Thank you very much. Olaleko Lawal, a journalist and a public affairs commentator. Good to have you. Olaleko Ige, I beg your pardon. Olaleko Ige, who joined us from Port Harcourt. Thank you for your time and your thoughts. This is where we draw the curtains. I most appreciate Lawale Kundayo as well, and Chukwuma Okoro, who makes a comeback, by the way, at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Well, it promises to be an interesting outing, a Monday edition, one you should not miss. I guarantee you that it will be interesting. But stick around. Sports comes up next at 11 o'clock on the dot. I am Moses Humphrey. I wish you a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just go.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arike the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Well, you can say it was a mixed weekend for Nigerian sports, of course, where we had the bittersweet moments. Well, the Commonwealth Games is well and truly over in Glasgow, Scotland, Glasgow, Scotland, where we had Team Nigeria participating. It was something of a far cry to what happened in Birmingham in 2022. But of course, we still had medals, and it left Nigerians with a lot of hope and the future to look forward to, because the medal prospects are the likes of Konsola Ajayi and of course Toby Amuson that you expect, to bring home gold. Well, they tried their very best and they got bronze medals each. But of course, we had other stars coming up, the likes of Ezekiel Nathaniel and of course Ogazi as well, doing well for Team Nigeria to give us gold. Of course, we had several moments in the world of sports. Lionel Messi returning to action for Inter Miami as they got a draw with Casemiro scoring an unfortunate goal, and of course Robert Lewandowski, because the veteran himself scoring his first 2 goals in the MLS for Chicago Fire in their home game against Charlotte. It was a fantastic weekend. Of course, the Super Falcons, how can we forget them? Bouncing back, showing that they are the defending champions of the WAFCON in 2026 now, and they got that result that a lot of people expected them, to get. They just had to. If not, maybe they will be home by now. But they got that result. 1-0 against Zambia, and they were reduced to 10 women. Let me say 10 men now. They were reduced to 10 women with Tosin Dimei getting a red card. But it is what it is. We move on, and the next game is up against the Egyptians. Get the maximum points, and let's see if we are going to qualify. Of course, we also saw Orlando Pirates, the defending champions of the Betway Premiership, kicking off things with a 2-0 win over Millet, and they got the win. And of course, Oswinapolis scoring a fantastic free kick. And what really caught my attention most was the tribute he gave to fallen World Cup star Jaden Adams at the number 23. He raised the signal, in terms of his celebration, laying tribute to his former colleague. It was fantastic from the world of sports. And yes, we are here to give you everything. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic show on Voice of the People Television. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I am here to give you all the juiciest stories from the world of sports for the next 15 minutes thereabouts. And do well to follow us on all our social media handles. And we are on YouTube at VOPTV Live, and of course VOPTV Plus, where we give you the very best. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe to the channels, and turn on your notification bell so you won't miss any of the exciting episodes of this show, the Sports Republic, and of course all our sister shows on those platforms across those platforms, and of course across all our social media platforms. Of course, we kick off things at this time around. Before we go into the Commonwealth Games, let's start from the world of boxing, where 2 rivals now, they are now friends. One of them has been talking, and that is former champion Alexander Usyk. He has spoken about his growing friendship with Anthony Joshua, the Nigerian-born British boxer, saying that the two have been training together as he prepares to support the Briton for a potential fight with Tyson Fury, and the Ukrainian who defeated Joshua twice to end his reign as heavyweight champion 4 years ago, invited Joshua to his camp for 2 weeks of sparring, drills, and of course partner work and pool sessions. And Usyk described Joshua as kind, respectful, and hardworking, and said the work benefited both men. Of course, joking about their races in the swimming pool and praising Joshua's discipline and hunger to learn. And despite their past rivalry, Usyk said the relationship has deepened, and of course he compared it to the Rocky and the Apollo Creed dynamic, and he credited Joshua with showing dignity in defeat, and of course noted that the sessions have sharpened the Britain's skills. And it is not finished for who wins. He said it helps with each other, and Usyk making that one known. And he added that lack of work is a real problem. Lack of work is a real problem in boxing, and he has previously called Joshua humble and has now taken him on a mentor-like role. And this was a fight they had earlier with Alexander Usyk, defeating the Nigerian-born British boxer Anthony Joshua. And Usyk was there when Joshua was against Christian Prenga, and we could see in another video we saw earlier where he was praying, for AJ, saying, "Look, when you have a spiritual force behind you, you can do anything." And yes, he went on to defeat Christian Prenga, and now he's now looking towards his match against Tyson Fury, the Battle of Britain, who is the best boxer in British history. Is it Anthony Joshua? Is it Tyson Fury? And of course, Alexander Usyk is saying he is in the camp of Anthony Joshua. They were once rivals. Now he's taking him as a friend and of course a partner, trying to be like a mentor for him. And Usyk himself, he has a fight coming up ahead, and he is 39, and he vacated his IBF, WBA, and WEC titles in June. and is now eyeing Deontay Wilder. Yes, the bronze bomber, for what he says will be his final fight, calling the American dangerous despite a recent dip in form. And he also weighed in on a possible Joshua Fury matchup, backing Joshua to win by stoppage inside 6 rounds with a right hand. Well, I'm not sure what Alexander Usyk is looking at there, saying Anthony Joshua is going to stop Tyson Fury, with a right hand inside 6 rounds. Well, Usyk, Tyson Fury is a very, very dangerous boxer, very, very unorthodox, but does he have that mental capacity, to go through with Anthony Joshua? Even for Joshua himself, with what happened, we saw how he almost lost that bout to Christian Prenga. Does he have that mental capacity to go on and fight against somebody that will wear him out psychologically? That's Tyson Fury for you. We saw the matches with Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, good strength, he is there. He has all the force, physicality is there, but Tyson Fury is just someone very, very unorthodox. He will boo you, say some words to your faces, try to put you off. That is who Tyson Fury is. That is how he gets. He is a fantastic boxer as well, but that's his own style. So will Anthony Joshua be prepared for that one? But I feel Usyk knows everything. He has defeated Tyson Fury twice, so he knows, what is actually going on. And for Usyk, helping Joshua train reflects how the rivalry has turned into mutual respect and collaboration. And still on boxing this time, let's stick with this man that we have on our screen, Irish boxer Lee Reeves. Well, we're supposed to give something of much like a sad update, but thank God he is fantastic. He is fine now. He's in a critical but stable condition after being knocked out in Dublin on Saturday night. And the 31-year-old from Limerick was challenging Gary Colley for the vacant BUI Celtic Super Lightweight title at the 3 Arena. And the fight was stopped in the 10th round, and Reeves was stretchered out of the ring and taken to hospital immediately after the bout. And an update yesterday from the promotions said that Reeves remains in hospital, and of course that more will be known in the coming days. And Lee Reeves is still in hospital in a critical but stable condition, a spokesperson said. I mean, this is beyond sports, right? He was, doing his thing, he was doing what he knows how to do best, but he was knocked out in the 10th round, right? And that gave a win for Gary Colley. But for Reeves, he didn't just stop there. He was knocked out cold, he was unconscious, and he was rushed to the hospital. He's still there now, but according to what the spokesperson said, he is in a stable condition, but the condition is still quite critical. So we are wishing Lee Reeves, a speedy recovery so that he can come back to come and do what he knows how to do best. And promoter Frank Warren also posted that everyone at Queensberry's, they are thinking of Reeves and they are staying in close contact with his team. And Colley spoke after the fight as well, saying his prayers were with Reeves and praising him for stepping up and showing he could compete at that level despite coming in as the underdog. And yes, that was the fight at Gary Colley, getting the win. Of course, I won't be doing this show alone. I have a guest with me on the show today. You'll be joining me virtually. Abiodun Akpino, good morning and welcome to the show. Yes, I was just talking about Anthony Joshua and, of course, Alexander Usyk, who has taken the British-born Nigerian boxer as a friend and is now saying, look, I'm pitching my tent with you as you go on to fight Tyson Fury. Quickly, what would you say about, Alexander Usyk, who himself is having a bout coming up against the bronze bomber, 41-year-old Deontay Wilder? Good morning and welcome, Abiodun.
Good morning to you, Afis. Happy New Month.
Yeah, happy New Month to you. Thank you.
Yeah, talking about Anthony Joshua. Well, the bout is, the biggest one a lot of boxing fans are looking forward to. And it doesn't come better than this. Tyson Fury against Anthony Joshua. And for me, if you look at these two guys, they've been very phenomenal over the years. Even though Anthony Joshua he's been through, some challenging time. Remember the accident that happened to him here in Nigeria, and the whole world thought, okay, maybe this would be the end of Anthony Joshua. But then he bounced back. We saw him against a certain Prenga, even though he was knocked down to the canvas, but then he was able to bounce back. And that is the hallmark of a champion. That is the hallmark of someone who wants to be at the top of his game. So I'm really happy for Anthony Joshua. But then going forward into the next bout for him, this will probably be the biggest bout of his career. And
Right.
for him to have a certain Alexander Usyk in your corner, it says a lot about him. And I love the fact that, he was able to take himself down. At some point you want to feel like, oh, why am I going to be a friend to someone that has defeated me twice? I cannot be in that position. But then he was able to, to go down to that level, and he's been training with Alexander Usyk, and I think it's really important for him to be in that corner right now. So I just pray, and of course with hard work also, because you have to also put in the hard work, and I pray for him that he going to win this particular bout. But trust me, it won't come easy for him. It's going to be very, very difficult. As you said, Tyson Fury is a fantastic opponent, and you cannot go into that kind of bout with this mentality that, oh, I'm going to knock him out, because Tyson Fury is that kind of opponent that will wear you out. He's got those theatrics, he's got those physicality that will take him to, the lengthy round of the bout. So you have to be prepared mentally, you have to be prepared psychologically also. So I'm looking forward to that bout, but then it was really good to have Alexander Usyk in the corner of Anthony Joshua.
Absolutely, and he's saying that he is going to train him and he is going to be with him as it goes on, to try to stop, the man himself, Tyson Fury, in the Battle of Britain. All right, let's move on to some grassroots football now, and let's talk about Nigeria's under-20 team, the Flying Eagles. Of course, they fell 2-0 to Burkina Faso on Sunday in their final group game at the 2026 Voptv Under-20 Championship. But the result was not enough to knock them out. They had already gotten 6 points from their first 2 games, and Abdul Maikaba's team had started the tournament strongly with a 4-2 win over Ghana, and followed it up with a 3-0 win over Togo. And those results left them on 6 points, and of course, which was enough to finish second, because this loss, allowed Burkina Faso to finish the top of that group with 7 points. And Burkina Faso, they controlled the match and scored twice in the first half. And Alassana Bagayogo opened the scoring in the 23rd minute with a header from a corner, and Mohamed Zongo added another 13 minutes later with a well-struck free kick from about 30 yards out. And Nigeria pushed forward after the break, but could not break down a compact Burkina Faso defense, and clear chances were few. And of course, despite the defeat, Nigeria will advance to the semi-finals, where they will meet the host Côte d'Ivoire, while Burkina Faso top the group and will face Niger in the other semi-final. And both semi-final winners will not only play in the final, but also earn qualification to the 2027 Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations, which Ghana, of course, will host. Ghana themselves, they didn't do well at this Voptv competition. Now, moving on now, let's talk some athletics. Before we go into the Commonwealth Games, let's talk about someone who has done it at the biggest stage of them all. That's talking about athletics. Nigeria's only individual Olympic gold medalist, of course, and that's talking about the legendary Chioma Ajunwa, someone who, while serving as a policewoman, played at the World Cup. She played football, and she also competed, on track and field. And she's Nigeria's only individual Olympic gold medalist. And of course, she has failed. She says the country has failed to build on her breakthrough 30 years ago. And August 2nd, 1996, that's 30 years ago yesterday in Atlanta, she won the women's long jump with a leap of 7.12 meters, beating Italy's Fiona May and USA's Jackie Joyner Kersey to become, the first Nigerian to win an individual Olympic gold. And looking back, and now the retired athlete and former deputy commissioner of police says lack of progress reflects weak structures in Nigerian sports, arguing that talent alone cannot produce champions without investment, planning, and consistent support. And in a reflection shared on Facebook, of course, Ajunwa said other nations turned success into systems while Nigeria celebrated and moved on. Abiodun, let me bring you into this, looking at what the legendary Chioma Ajunwa has said. And this last one, she said, other nations have turned success into systems while Nigeria just celebrated and moved on. Is she trying to say something that longevity, that development is not there in the Nigerian system? Or what do you decipher from what Chioma Ajunwa has said, Abiodun?
Well, I think she's spot on, right, because you have to look back 30 years ago. A lot has really went down the drain. And if you look at the success we achieved back in 1996, the Olympic team won gold. Chioma Ajunwa won gold also. And you ask yourself, what was the last time that we actually competed well in the Olympic? maybe you talk about the time of a certain Samson Siasia with his boys, but then we've not been able to break that, that edge anymore, get into the final third and go on to, to clinch gold. But then if you had to narrow it down to what Chioma Ajua also did for Nigeria, I think we only celebrate our success and we just move on without building on what has been achieved. Take, for instance, look at Eyimba. Look at what they've done on the continent of Africa. They won the CAF Champions League back-to-back. Have they been able to build on that success? It's a no. So that is what we are. That is who we are as a nation.
Wow.
We need to learn how to build on our success for us to achieve that level. And it boils down to our government. It boils down to our stakeholders, making sure that we do the right thing. If we keep on, celebrating success, of course, we love to depend on the talent. Oh, the know-how of Nigerian athletes, the know-how of Nigerian footballers. We always believe in our talent. But then it goes beyond the talent. You have to lay your bed before sleeping on it. You know that your bed is good, but then you have to lay it. You have to make sure you spread the bed really well for you to avoid, the particles and the sand on your bed. So I think that is what we need to do as a nation to achieve more success.
All right. I remember growing up, watching the Olympics. I used to see the likes of Marion Yali, Omagbemi, and all of that. Blessing Okagbare, coming through for Nigeria, in the track and field, events, which I actually gave a lot of interest to. But I see the fact that there's no development. The person you see in Olympics 2004, same person you see in 2008. I'm not saying, it's something wrong. But then, we saw Usain Bolt for like 3 Olympics straight, doing this thing for Jamaica because he has that talent. But how about some development? Let's put some people with this, with these legends, people that have already created a niche for themselves, that have already given themselves, to the country. And you see that they're already like sort of declining. I think what we are lacking is trying to put someone with them that will learn from them and will try to, beat them and try to do better than them, because that is what we want to produce. If you can get close to them, you have to try at least to, be better than them as well. But there's this issue going into the Commonwealth Games where Favour Onya, was also denied for no reason. She was supposed to participate, for Team Nigeria, but she was denied with no reason. What do you think stuff like this, political play like this, how do you think it can affect our sports, especially in track and field, where Chioma Ajua is trying to address? How do you think it's going to affect us going forward, Abel?
Well, I think it goes beyond the talent. As I said earlier, it goes beyond the talent. It's a known fact that we are blessed as a nation.
Right.
Whether you want to talk about football, you want to talk about tennis, athletics, basketball, we've got enough talent. But then you have to build the ecosystem. If you cannot build the ecosystem, you look at Australia, for instance, you look at the way they are competing right now. You look at the Americans. Americans used to be, the hallmark of nation when it comes to Commonwealth Games, when it comes to the Olympic. But then the other countries are also taking over. They are showing that they can also compete. If you want to compete, you have to build the ecosystem. You have to put the right people in right position for them to navigate the water. It is not about, oh, this is my man. Because you are in the same political class, you are putting a certain Afis in that position. Not knowing that Afis can actually deliver, but you want to put someone that can deliver. So we need to, we need to shy away from the mentality of, putting Biodun Sport because Biodun Sport is my man, because Biodun Sport is my guy. Can Biodun Sport deliver? That is what we should be doing. That is what we should be doing. So I think if you can achieve all of that, and of course, make sure that sport, it is not just recreational, it is serious business. That is how we can survive. But trust me, if we keep on towing that line, we just go on to achieve maybe few success and we believe that, we've arrived. But other countries are doing way better than what we can actually do. So I think that is the best way to go. If we really want to break even, we want to be successful.
Absolutely. 1996 still remains today Nigeria's best year when it comes to the Olympics. And Ajuwa's gold remains Nigeria's only individual Olympic title. And the country's other Olympic goals came a day later in 1996 also, when the men's football team did something of the unthinkable, defeating Argentina after beating Brazil as well. And of course, in 2000, when the men's 4x400 meter relay team was later upgraded to gold after the USA team was disqualified, for doping. And she insists that the 30-year gap is a warning that without proper funding, facilities and vision, Nigeria risks wasting its next generation of athletes. Speaking of next generation, let's now move on to the Commonwealth Games, where Samuel Ogazi won Nigeria's first ever Commonwealth Games gold in the men's 400 meters on Saturday in Glasgow and running 44.25 seconds at Scotstoun Stadium. And the 20-year-old who entered as world number one finished 0.57 seconds ahead of defending champion Jarim Richards of Trinidad and Tobago, and who took silver in 44.82 seconds, while South Africa's Zakit Nene earning bronze in 45.21 seconds. And the victory surpassed Sunday Bada's bronze from 1994 and gave Nigeria its first gold, of course, in the event. And Ogazi said it didn't feel extra pressure, just a sense of responsibility not to disappoint. And he admitted that the first 100 meters was sluggish, but stayed controlled and trusted his training and preparation for the conditions. The conditions were actually very, very windy, and a teenage Olympic finalist in Paris 2024 and already the fourth fastest man ever over 400 meters. He arrived in Glasgow still chasing his first senior title and delivered it with composure. And looking ahead, Ogazi set ambitious targets. He said maybe an Olympic gold, a world championship gold, become the greatest athlete ever. And that is what I am working towards. That's what the man said. And he said his former coach at the University of Alabama, Blaine Wiley, who watched the race, also praised him. He said he praised his growth since making the Olympic final at 18 and said the sky is the limit for him, calling him a remarkable athlete with the potential to reach the very top. I think this is very, very encouraging. Good one for Samuel Ogazi. Good one for Team Nigeria. I said earlier, the likes of Ajayi, we were expecting some, gold from them. Ajayi in the 100 meters, he came in, he got bronze. Still very, very good for him, at least at this stage, the Commonwealth Games. But for Ogazi, getting, gold in the 400 meters. And of course, we also saw the man there, Ezekiel Nathaniel. We are going to talk about him as well, getting gold in the 400 meter hurdles. Abiodun, this is very, very good for our Team Nigeria. We just spoke about, trying to get the new generation, but not wasting their talent. We have to blend them in. This is one of them. He is 20 years of age and delivering, a 400 meter gold in the Commonwealth Games. First gold in that event ever for Nigeria. Sunday Bada was the one who got bronze. This time we got gold with that man, Ogazi. How do you see him going forward, and what do we do? What do we need to do as a country, to keep him and to make sure that his talent is not wasted?
Well, I think all hands needs to be on deck right now. The next target for us should be the Olympic.
Right.
You look at the crop of these guys, they're still very young. They are still in their prime. And everybody keeps asking lyrical about, Tobi Amusan, Tobi Amusan. Tobi Amusan is not the only athlete for Nigeria. We need to tap into what these guys are doing. And that is why we need to put the plans. We love the five-degree approach when it comes to achieving success. We know, these guys are going to do it because we know they are good. Of course, they are good, but then they need that preparation. They need that consistent preparation for them to be at that level where they can actually compete with the best of the best, gold and the likes. But then we need to support them in terms of the preparation, in terms of the enabling environment for them to achieve that success. And I think what they've done so far is really encouraging. What the Nigerian contingent did at the Commonwealth Games, fantastic performance for them. And I'm really looking forward to the Olympic because this is a testament to what to come. If we can achieve this success at this Commonwealth Games, why not? Why can't we do more at the Olympics? So it doesn't take anything away from us. All we needed right now is the right environment, the right planning, and of course, to be able to achieve whatever we wish or we think we can actually go on to achieve. It is not rocket science. You look at Australia, it is because of their planning. They know what they wanted, they know their targets. And if you can do all of that, trust me, we also compete at that level.
All right. Abiodun, let's still take a minute and let's now talk about, the Commonwealth Games in general now. we saw the likes of Ogazi giving us gold. Ezekiel Nathaniel as well in the 400 meters hurdles as well, giving us some gold. And he also, I like what he said at the end of the race, saying Nigeria no, they carry last. And that is actually very, very good for him as well. We also saw the likes of Enekwechi giving us gold, in the short put.
Yeah.
And we have other medalists as well. Ruth Osorio, in the long jump as well. Our very first jump, taking her to the medal places, and she got silver at the end of the day. We also saw the likes of the team 4x400, of course, where we have the likes of Onojivevo, we have the likes of Gazi themselves. They did well. They tried, in the mixed 4x400 meter relay, but they got some bronze there. Ajayi getting bronze. Toby Amushon, despite illness, also getting bronze as well. How do you rate Team Nigeria's performance at the Commonwealth Games generally? Because bear in mind, in 2022 in Birmingham, they got 35 medals, 12 gold, 9 silver, and 14 bronze. This time around, they finished 7th at the time, and this time around, they finished 7th again. This time is with 10 gold medals, 7 silver, and of course, 7 bronze. Out of the 10 gold medals, Tonobok Okowa, the president of the AFN, promised 7 gold in track and field, but they only got 3. Right? Yes, it is what it is. But how do you rate Nigeria's performance generally, at the Commonwealth Games?
I think I'm going to rate them 7 over 10.
7?
Because of,
that's impressive.
Yes, because of the build-up to the Commonwealth Game. We saw the preparation, how it all went down, how early they got to, Glasgow to make sure they acclimatize and all of that. And if you have to look at the performance the last time at the Birmingham 2022, it's something to really talk about, because you look at what they've done this year again, and you felt like, okay, maybe they are unable to actually surpass what they've achieved before. But then it's a gradual process. It's a gradual step. And that is what I'm talking about. We need that level of preparation. It is not rocket science. If you want to achieve anything in life, fine, we are blessed with a lot of talent, but then you need to harness the talent with your preparation. And that is when you're able to break through, you're able to get over the line. So I'm looking forward to a premium preparation going forward for these guys.
But this will serve as a means of encouragement, Abiodun, don't you think?
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to the Olympic right now because of what I saw with these guys.
Right.
Take, for instance, see Samuel Ogazi, for crying out loud. Gold medal in 400 meters. That is crazy. So it tends to raise your hope that, okay, there's a future with these guys. All we needed right now is that support. Give these guys the support. Give them the enabling environment. And trust me, they will deliver. Of course, the Jamaicans are good. The Americans are good. In fact, other countries also are getting to that level. Even England, other countries are getting to that level where they will go on to, compete really well. So it's showing to you that, see, it is not about the Americans alone or the Jamaicans. Other countries are also getting to that level where they can actually go on to win gold. So it boils down to preparation. And if we can do all of that, trust me, we achieve way better than what we've done in the past, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with you, Abiodun. We need to actually do better. We have to prepare, even better than what we have done at the Commonwealth Games, because the Olympics is a different kettle of fish. There are a lot of events right there, and of course, other countries. This time, it's not just the Commonwealth nations, the 74 member nations. This time, it's the whole world coming for the Olympics. So we are going to have a lot of competition, stiffer competition. The world champions will be coming in. Of course, we will have the worlds before we have the Olympics. So they still have the world championship to prepare for. It's just about bringing these talents, developing them. Once we get that developmental system right here in Nigeria, of course, we can go places. And I want to say big one for the young ones that actually did themselves proud, and of course, the nation proud at this Commonwealth Games. The Ajayis of this world, Nathaniel, Ogazi, Onojivevo, and all of that. This is very, very good for Team Nigeria going forward. That's they show that bounce back ability. I saw the likes of Onojivevo. She almost lost her race, but that bounce back ability. Of course, not forgetting Omuzuike as well in 200 meters, almost out of the medal places, but he bounced back and he of course got silver in that one. Really, really good for Team Nigeria. Of course, like I said, a far cry from what we had in 2022, but of course, you have to beat what's in front of you, and we have to keep moving forward. This time, the Olympics seems to look like an Achilles heel when it comes to Nigerian athletics, in fact, Nigerian sports, but I feel like with what we have now, we can go to Los Angeles in 2028 and try to do better. Speaking of qualifying and, of course, bounce back ability, now let's talk about the Falcons, the Super Falcons, the defending champions of the WAFCON, going for mission 11 after getting La Decima in 2025. This time around, they were almost knocked out. From that defeat against debutants Malawi, people were already getting scared. That Nigeria, what's going on? People were already getting nervous against a Zambia side that dismantled Egypt 6-0. Barbara Banda scoring 4 goals. But they managed to keep her quiet, and they got their 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations title defense back on track with a 1-0 win over the Copper Queens Zambia in Rabat on Saturday, recovering from a shock opening loss to debutants Malawi. And veteran forward Assistant Oshuala gave the 10-time champions the perfect start, scoring in the 8th minute to put the Super Falcons ahead early and lift hopes of reaching the knockout rounds. And the game changed quickly when defender Oluwatosin Dimeyin received a straight red card for a foul on Zambia captain Barbara Banda, leaving Nigeria to play almost all of the match with 10 players. And the disadvantage lasted the entire second half and forced coach Justin Madugu's side into a defensive approach against a Zambian team pushing hard for an equalizer. Abiodun, your general take on this game, your general overview on this game. Improved performances from the girls this time around. Oshuala stepping up. She's the one for big moments, right? And a lot of people were still questioning why she didn't start that game, the first game against Malawi. But this time around, she is here. She got the start, and she got the all-important goal. Even though you can still see that our defense is still trying to, struggle, but they managed to keep the female Didier Drogba, that's talking about Barbara Banda, they managed to keep her quiet. But Oluwatosin Dimeyin, this was not so good for her. What do you think about that red card first? Because from the first foul, she was given a reprieve. It was called back for offside. And then on the same player, still that same foul, and now earning yourself a red card, and you'll be missing the next game. What do you make of that game generally, and what happened to Oluwatosin Dimeyin? Are you with us?
Speaking of about the game against Zambia, prior to that game, I knew it was going to be. Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I knew that game was going to be, a tough game. Build up to that game, I knew it was going to be a tough game. But then, I think we should just move past the red card because Oluwatosin Dimeyin knew what to expect. She knew what to expect because going into that game, you have a certain Kudinaji, you have a certain Barbara Banda. These guys are in form of their life. We saw them in their first game against Egypt, scoring at plenty, showing us that, see, the Super Falcons, we are not scared of you. But then they needed to be kept quiet in that game. And the girls did a fantastic job on them. But for me, I don't want to talk about the red card because I knew we are going to be up for those two girls.
Wow.
Either Barbara Banda or Kundinaji. I knew it was going to be, a tough task for the Super Falcons to keep them quiet. So the red card for me was spot on. But talking about the game itself, it was, a good performance. I wouldn't say a fantastic performance. I was expecting more goals because of where we are coming from. We lost against Malawi in a situation whereby no one was actually expecting that. But then it happens. Maybe due to complacency, maybe the girls weren't ready for Malawi, but then we lost that game. But it was important for them to get the job done against Zambia, and exactly what they did. So right now, we need to focus on our last game against Egypt. And we need to score way beyond 1-0 to 0.
Yeah.
Because you have to have it at the back of your mind that Malawi are with 6 points right now. Zambia, of course, they lost against the Super Falcons. They will also be looking forward to get something out of that game against Malawi. So it is very, very important for us to win. Not only win, you have to win convincingly and score more goals. So the calculations are out there right now. The permutations are out there right now. So
back.
we need to do our job clinically. But then it is what it is for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Your success will always put you at the edge of your game. You have to keep on improving. You have to keep on showing people that whatever I did last time, I can actually surpass it. So you understand where the fans were coming from. Of course, we won the AFCON the last time. The fans really want to see an improvement with the Super Falcons. And I think that is, why a lot of people were a bit skeptical after they lost their game against Malawi. So going forward, we'll see how they, approach that game against Egypt.
All right. Abiodun, who would you say are your players that actually give you some sort of encouragement? Because if you look at that defense, the likes of Shukrat Oladipo are the best defensive player, of course, the best defender, in the Serie A for the females, last season, the AS Roma defender, 21-year-old. Of course, Jennifer Echegini as well, doing really well. Now, unfortunately, Dimei and Echegini will be missing that game against Egypt. But when you look around that Super Falcons squad, in some 30 seconds, do you still see some more talent that will be able to dismantle or dispatch this Egyptian side so that we can move on, to the quarterfinals and try to get that World Cup ticket, even if they don't get to win the title altogether? All right, so we'll try to get Abiodun, as soon as possible when he is back with us. While we are at that one, let's talk about another issue that has been going on in the football world. Over the past week, we saw Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, coming out, saying about, trying to bring out a plan for privatization, for some parts of the FIFA World Cup. And of course, it received a lot of backlash out of the 211, member countries in FIFA. 143 from three, contingents now. We are from the CONCACAF, from the AFC, and of course, UEFA. Obviously, UEFA saying no, and they are not going to accept that one. And after all of that backlash, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has abandoned plans to sell stakes in the World Cup after mounting backlash, forced a U-turn, and he had proposed spinning off FIFA's commercial operations, including the men's and women's World Cups and Club World Cups, into a $20 billion company with a 20% owned by private investors. And the proposed anchor investor was a New York firm set up by Joshua Kushner, brother of Jared Kushner, who is the in-law to Donald Trump, by the way. In a statement on Friday, Infantino said the proposal will not proceed, citing divisions that were no longer in the project's interest, and said it will bring interested parties back together to discuss growing football. A lot has been happening within FIFA recently. Of course, they are still saying the World Cup, they are still trying to see if it's going to, get from 48 teams to 64. Now we have this one, and the idea unraveled quickly. Over the past week, UEFA's 55 members agreed on Thursday last week to boycott the World Cup and other FIFA events, calling the plan too important to sell and a failure of leadership. I don't think this is actually selling Gianni Infantino really, really good. I think he's shooting himself in the foot. Elections are actually coming up. But out of three member contingents, with their member nations saying, look, we are not interested in this. 143 out of 211 leaves you with 68. And I think with that one, he saw that plan cannot go forward. But why did the plan come out in the first place? That's the question now. And a lot of backlash, a lot of talking points. And what people actually noticed was that out of all of these contingents that are coming out to say no, likes of UEFA, the body governing Europe, likes of CONCACAF and AFC. CONCACAF, of course, we have the Central and North American Football, and of course AFC, who are representing Asia and their members. We noticed that CAF, the Confederation of African Football, did not even mention anything. They didn't say anything about this one. And a former CAF chieftain, or let me still put him as a CAF chieftain, Amaju Pinnick, came out to give his own 2 cents about it. And he was, trying to voice his support, or his defense for Gianni Infantino, saying that people should look at, the money, where the money will be going to and all of that. But in everything he said in an interview he gave, he was only mentioning money. And this is a man, Gianni Infantino came out earlier also to say, look, during the World Cup, he said, the fans are the cornerstone. In a statement he gave while trying to bring this plan out, he called it the FIFA Forward Program. Of course, the FIFA Forward Enterprise, let me put it that way, FFE. You know, when he came out to bring that, he said the fans are the cornerstone. And now you're only mentioning money. You're not even putting the fans, into consideration. And I don't think that is actually very, very good on the part of Infantino. Abiodun, welcome back to the program. And of course, this man, Gianni Infantino, he's been allowed to run for one more term. But with what has been coming out, a lot of people have actually, tried to resign. Carlos Cordeiro has resigned as well as presidential advisor. Kevin Lamont has come out to say that, look, we don't understand what's going on. It seems like you're just trying to sideline some people. This looks personal. It is sort of, do you think it's sort of staining Gianni Infantino's linen going into the next elections? Meanwhile, the voting will be done in Rabat, Morocco. And now CAF as well, they've actually they've not come out to say anything about what is going on. Right? We only heard from Amaju Pinnick. Do you think there's some sort of conspiracy theory and some power play going on, behind the scene? Because what is actually going on with what Gianni Infantino has actually come out to propose? We saw at the World Cup in 2026, the ads break. They call it the hydration break, but it was for advertisements. We could see that. It wasn't clearly for the game. We saw that one, right? Dividing football, trying to make football like the NBA, like basketball, into 4 halves. That was gone. He also came out to now say, look, FIFA, the World Cup might go from 48 to 64 teams. Now with this one, he wants to sell some parts of that World Cup, starting from the female World Cup, the women's World Cup that will be holding on in Brazil, trying to sell all of that out to private investors. What's going on with Gianni Infantino and FIFA at this point in time,
There's a lot to unpack concerning the FIFA drama and Gianni Infantino as a person. For me, I think it's a no-brainer for Gianni Infantino. You are proposing that kind of dream to the world, but then others who happens to be the stakeholders are not in the know. It doesn't make sense to me. Right. I think the first thing for him to have done is to take this proposal, according to him, take it to other parties, those who are involved in football, the day-to-day running of football. Let them also have a say concerning whatever proposal you are putting on the table. But he felt whatever FIFA and himself got from the World Cup, because for me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know about any other person out there. As far as I'm concerned, the 2026 World Cup in the United States of America, it's all about money. And Gianni Infantino knew that, okay, if we could generate a whole lot of money from this World Cup, why not? Why not do something crazy that will fetch us more money? Of course, he's been talking about, the fans, money, trickling down to other federations. But then, if you look at what happened in the past also, when a certain Sepp Blatter was the president of FIFA, remember, the drama that went down, the corruption and all of that. So some of these federations are also, they know that if this particular proposal flies, they are going to make a whole lot of money. So it is not about the fans, it is about their individual interest. And that is where the fans are really, really angry, because they cannot take it, because already VAR is already dividing football. A whole lot of commercials already dividing football. And now you want to bring another thing that is going to divide football. So it's getting out of hand, and people felt like, okay, we cannot take this. And those who happens to be his ally also, or let me say people who are also into football, they are not buying it, because they felt like, okay, it seems this is just for you alone.
Right.
We are not in the know, and we cannot be part of this. So I think that is where Gianni Infantino got it wrong. If at all you want to push forward a proposal, why not take it to other stakeholders? Let them have a say. Let them have, a plan to fine-tune all of that, and they will take it to the fans. But then he decided that, okay, it is me, it is about me, it's about FIFA, and that is where he got it wrong for me. But honestly, I think if you look at the plan critically, it's going to fetch a lot of federations' money.
All right, Abiodun, thank you so much for sharing your 2 cents on that one. I mean, there's a lot to actually unpack, just like you said. But there was one thing that Amaju Pinnick, said in his interview when he said that Gianni Infantino is actually very, very good with consultation. And it's that consultation that, the other bodies, UEFA, CONCACAF, and of course AFC are blaming him for, that the consultation process was not so good. Well, we are still going to talk more about this, and I hope to be seeing you more on the show so that we can talk more about this particular story, because it's actually making waves right now in the world of football. FIFA, they are the biggest body when it comes to international football. In fact, football generally as a sport that we love. All right, after time has been fast spent, we're still going to talk about the likes of Vinicius Jr., but we are going to do that in other editions of the show, The Sports Republic. And I want to say a very, very big thank you to Abiodun Apuno for joining on the show. Also, thank you to the viewers for making the show a fantastic one. Also to the guys behind the scene, thank you so much for making the show a wonderful one. Up next to Midday News. This has been Sports Republic. I am Afizo Gubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg sef dey get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
The media news on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and now we're going to be taking
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Atiku faults FG's economic recovery claim. Accord accuses police of selective arrests. And in the world of business, oil prices fall as Trump eases Iran's tensions. In the world of sports, Team Nigeria finishes 7th, tops Africa. And in the world of entertainment, Spider-Man Brand New Day opens with $355 million. Now, the news in detail. The Kebbi State High Court's George Justice Faruku Bunza, who was abducted a week ago, has regained his freedom and returned home safely. In a statement, the police public relations officer in Kebbi, Bashir Usman, confirmed the George's release, saying it was verified by his family and the State Ministry of Justice. The police said the kidnappers demanded ransom but maintained that the command does not support ransom payments. Security agencies have intensified efforts to arrest those behind the abduction, while the public has been urged to provide useful information to aid the investigation. The police assured that all information provided would be treated with confidentiality and thanked residents and partner agencies for their support. Elsewhere, the Nigerian Army says troops of the 34 Artillery Brigade under Operation Udoka and Operation Eastern Sanity II have recovered and exhumed the remains of late Chief Ibe Anyadu Aga community in Imo State. In a statement, the Acting Deputy Director, Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, said the community leader was allegedly murdered by suspected members of a criminal gang recently arrested over violent crimes in the region. According to the army, one of the suspects confessed to the killing and led troops to a shallow grave in Umudike Forest, where the remains were recovered. The exhumation was carried out in the presence of the deceased family, vigilante personnel, and representatives of the affected communities. The army assured that the suspects would be prosecuted in line with Nigerian laws. Meanwhile, the founder of Living Faith Church Worldwide, Bishop David Oyedepo, has condemned the recent killings in the country, saying he would pray against those responsible rather than pray for them. Oyedepo spoke during a church service following the July 27 attack in Kaduna, where gunmen reportedly killed at least 30 people, including women and children. The cleric described the perpetrators and their alleged sponsors as destructive agents and said judgment awaited them. He also questioned the government's response to the persistent killings, saying he had yet to hear an official condemnation of the latest attack. Moving on, the senator representing Abia North, Orji Uzokalu, says President Bola Tinubu should not be blamed for the economic hardship and insecurity facing Nigerians. In a viral video, Kalu reacted to the recent visit by members of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria to the presidents of the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The bishops had raised concern over the economy, insecurity, and political situation in the country, describing the bishops as the conscience of the nation. Kalu said the advice was always in the national interest. He, however, accused some politicians of giving the president an inaccurate picture of the situation across the country. Away from that report, former Vice President and African Democratic Congress presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar says claims of the economic recovery of the federal government do not reflect the realities faced by Nigerians. In a statement by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, Atiku accused the administration of relying on propaganda and macroeconomic figures that differ from the experiences of ordinary citizens. He cited data from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, claiming 767 manufacturing companies had shut down, while 335 others were in severe distress. Atiku blamed the situation on declining purchasing power, high energy costs, and unreliable electricity supply, adding that the manufacturers spent about 1.1 trillion on diesel to power their factories. He argued that rising food prices, unemployment, and poverty contradicted the government's economic recovery plans. In politics, the Osun State chapter of the Accord Party has accused the state police command of selective policing and targeting his members ahead of the August 15 governorship election. The allegation follows the police denial of claims by the Imole Campaign Council that it had compiled a list of political figures for arrest before the poll. In a statement, the Accord chairman in Osun, Pastor Victor Akonde, alleged that recent raids and arrests were aimed at intimidating party members rather than fighting crime. The party urged the police to release what it described as political detainees and ensure impartiality during the election period. However, the police command remained and maintained that its operations were focused on tackling crime and denied any political motive behind its activities. In another development, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has received Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, former Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, and former Osun State Governor Olagunsoye Oyinlola at his residence in Abeokuta, Ogun State. In a post on X, Makinde said the meeting focused on key national issues ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governor, who is also the presidential candidate of the Allied People's Movement, thanked Obasanjo for his counsel during the visit. Still in politics, the People's Democratic Party has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for publishing the names of candidates for the 2027 general elections. The Nyesom Wike-backed faction of the PDP said the publication has cleared doubts over its ability to field candidates for the presidential election. In a statement, the party's National Publicity Secretary, Jongodo Mohammed, said the release of its presidential, vice presidential, and National Assembly candidates marked a major step in its preparation for the polls. The faction said the list vindicates its leadership and confirms that during the process has prevailed despite the party's internal disputes. And now it's time for the news analysis. Joining us virtually, we have Ihinose Omuaka, public affairs analyst and development communication expert. You are welcome. Thank you for joining the Media News. Can we establish communication with you?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
All right.
viewers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Now we're going to be looking at the case of a worsening security, the Oyedepo case. Now, Bishop Oyedepo noted that there was no official condemnation for the July 27 Kaduna attack. Now, I would like to ask, why is there a consistent delay in, silence from the presidency after the mass killings, after, the signal that has been sent from the citizens and perpetrators? Why is there so much silence? Why do you think the silence is really so loud from the state and from the president?
The strategy of this present administration they feel that if they didn't acknowledge that such an attack happened, you understand, it means that it didn't happen. So sometimes it's deliberate. So sometimes they also played into that narrative to say the only time people take it serious that something of this nature really takes place or is very serious is when they issue communication maybe to condemn it and all of that. So that's why most times what happens is that when there is kidnapping of this nature, they decide, for them, downplaying it in such a way that they don't talk about it is a strategy for them not to acknowledge that incident happened.
Are you saying that the whole mass killings and the silence from the from the people or from the terrorists are actually very, very, very deliberate from the government to stay.
So at the beginning of this particular administration, there was a pattern of this nature. A lot of killings were happening in Benue, Kaduna, Plateau, and they were just ignoring. They just pretend as if it is not happening. You know, until there was that large cry out. People were not calling out government to say, why are they not talking about it? There was a particular time also at the beginning of this administration where I don't know if it was a code of practice from the NBC where even TV stations can't even discuss it in their channels. They said because if they acknowledge that such an attack happening, it means that they are giving more incentive to the criminals to perpetuate more crime.
So are you saying, I'm sorry, are you saying that the president is very much aware of all of the insecurities happening in the country and they deliberately don't want to do anything about it?
Yes. Was it not a part of what Cardinal Onyekan was complaining about? That even when they were telling the president that things are bad in the country, and he was looking surprised that such things is happening. So for them, it's just let's pretend that it's not happening. Then, if they pretend that it's not happening, it means that it's not happening. Sometimes there are sometimes media give prominence to this attack only when there's a reaction from the government. So when there is no necessary reaction from the government, everybody just pretend that it happened. If there was no mass burial, you understand, and there was no public outcry on this attack in Kaduna State, we will not be here talking about it. Because sometimes you also say, maybe it's rumor, maybe it's people are just trying to spread false rumor on the social media space. You understand? So it is just part of that deliberate effort to deny that there is problem in the country. So they feel that if we don't talk about it, if we don't acknowledge it, you understand, it didn't happen. So if they are giving statistics tomorrow now about the number of deaths that has happened in Nigeria, they will only give the statistics of the number of them they've acknowledged. You understand? We have seen this. It's a pattern that has been repeated even in the past. Till this very moment, you will not tell me that the president is not aware. He's watching TV stations, he's reading newspapers daily. He gets security briefs from the security chiefs daily. But they just feel that if they don't talk about it, they don't condemn the attack, that means it really did not happen. You understand? Even for some time, the international media also have complained about this. That this attack continues to happen, but there's silence from the government. You understand? So it's just part of that conspiracy to pretend that things are well in Nigeria.
All right. Well, away from that story, let's look at the Osun 2026. Accord accused police of selective arrests. Now, this is quite interesting. Now, the question is, with the Osun governorship election happening in August 15, how do these allegations of selective arrest affect the public trust in the police and the INEC to deliver a free and fair election, knowing that this is always a factor, whenever elections are coming to place? So how will all of these affect and determine the public trust in the INEC and in the police in the upcoming election?
It's very interesting that this thing is happening. It's not the first time. The same pattern of what is happening, this arrest, accusation, deploying of more security to Osun State is happening. It has happened before. In 2024 in Edo State, in the September 21st, 2024 governorship election in Edo State, it happened. In the build up to that election, the PDP key supporters of the PDP across the the 18 local government of Edo State, there were repeated patterns of arrests. People were being arrested and taken to Abuja, taken to National State, locked up in Kuje prison, in Kefi prison. And they did it up to the very day that the election took place, even after the election. The pattern is just to deny the sitting government that opportunity, especially when they identify that in this particular stronghold, and this person is against the national ruling party. Then they go after that person, they arrest the person. So the only thing why I'm why the thing is not really disturbing for someone like me, because I reside in Edo State. When it was happening, the same Adeleke was in PDP. Those people, they never came out to show solidarity to the then sitting governor of Edo State when these such things was happening. Everybody just pretended that all the PDP governors then all pretended as if they never knew that they will have elections someday. So it has now gotten to his own turn. So he will face the music, but it is a repeated pattern. This same pattern of arrest has happened before, especially in the build up to what I'm saying is that in the build up to the 2024 governorship election in Edo State, which is an off-cycle election, a lot of supporters of the then PDP government in Edo State were arrested across strategic places across the state, across the 18 local governments in the state. They were arrested and taken to Kuje prison because they knew that those people would be very influential in canvassing for vote on that day of the election for the sitting governor. So what they now did is that they arrested those people, ensured that those places are not left without those key persons, key canvassers, people that they know that they have capacity to mobilize people out to come and vote for the sitting government, for the sitting party as at then. They went after them. So when I see this pattern repeated in Osun State, I was just laughing. But the only unfortunate thing, the same Adeleke didn't complain at that time because he felt that it was not his state, he was not a stakeholder. Today, the fire that he pretended was not happening has now come to his own doorstep. So he will face the music, but it's not a new thing in Nigeria, especially in this current administration. It's not a new thing.
Wow.
It's just so unfortunate that our democracy has been bastardized to that point.
Now, you said that this has been a repeated pattern. We've seen this pattern in other states before elections. Now, what do you think, or what independent oversight mechanisms can be used to ensure that the Osun State Police Command remains neutral during this election period?
So the institutions that should ensure neutrality in the entire process is not independent. That in itself is also a problem. Is INEC independent? The obvious answer is no. You understand? All the government institutions that should put the necessary mechanism in place to ensure that there is neutrality, there is independence, are not neutral. They always dance to the tune of the party and the party that seems to be in power at the national level. You understand?
Yeah.
The security agency that will be used on that day will not be neutral. The empire itself that will organize the whole process, the election, will not be neutral. You understand? So it's just unfortunate. So sometimes what I always say in this situation, when those institutions that were supposed to take charge and ensure that things are done properly and not fail in their responsibility, what I always encourage people is that the people should own the process themselves. People should own the process. People should not be in Osun State. People should not be discouraged to come out to vote. If they come out massively on that day to take part in that process, it will be difficult for the process to be manipulated. You understand? Then, as they are doing all of these things, they also create some kind of fear to discourage people from coming out on that day, because they also know that it is only when people don't really participate that they can find a way to manipulate the whole process. It will be very easy for them to manipulate and announce the results. So, but what I always say is that it is now left for us Nigerians to ensure that we now own this process, since the institutions that have been established to ensure that this process are free, fair, and not. Now, the people should own the process without recourse to breaking law and order. You understand? Just own the process. Ensure that you take part in the process. Anybody that is a voter in Osun State that has a valid voter's card does not have any reason to stay at home on that day, not to take part in that election, no matter what it is. You understand? So when you do that, vote for the candidate of your choice. You understand? Whoever you feel is the candidate of your choice. When people do that, you understand, it becomes very difficult. It should not be that you have people who have collected a PVC or who have registered to vote in an election maybe 100,000, then you are seeing just 5,000 coming out to vote on that day of the election. It's discouraging. It gives these people the chance and the room to continue to mess the system up. But when people own the process themselves, ensure that you come out, you are accredited, ensure you come out, you are peaceful, ensure you come out, you take part in the election, it becomes very difficult. So when people own this process, follow the process till the very end, where it will be the result will be announced. You understand? It will be very difficult for the institution. They will not have any option than to wake up to their responsibility. You understand? But if they see that people are not really interested in the process, they just do whatever they want to do with it. So that's what I just feel like. So it is not left for Nigerians to own the mechanism to ensure that these things are done appropriately.
All right, Nigerians own the mechanism and make sure that this is done appropriately. Now let's delve back into insecurity. We've been told that the kidnapped Kebbi High Court judge has regained freedom. And this is quite dicey and quite interesting because these are the people that literally oppose the law and serve justice. So what does this say about the level of security around Nigeria's judiciary? And what do you think can be done to put in place to make sure that the judges are also protected nationwide?
You know, the judges are Nigerians, you understand? So they are also suffering what the ordinary Nigerian is suffering. So if what this also tells us is that nobody is we are all victims. Nobody is actually safe from this inability of government to be able to protect life and property. You understand? We all, as far as you are in this space, we are all victims. Even people who are in the different branches of government, the executive, legislative, judicial. This is not the first time a judge is being kidnapped. This is not the first time that we are hearing a high-profile person is being kidnapped. You understand? So it's it also shows that it is also the collective responsibility of everybody to ensure that the issue is fixed. If you are a member of the executive, ensure that you execute the laws that ensure that these kind of issues are being dealt with. You understand? If you are a judge, ensure that people who are arrested of kidnapping, you understand, get justice for the crime they commit. You understand? It should not be the case of you arrest people today, tomorrow they still see the same people out there. You understand? Or a particular judge is delaying to give a judgment on the case of all those criminals who are causing so much insecurity across the country. You understand? So if there are stringent laws, you understand, stringent laws, there are effective implementation of these laws. A bandit is or a criminal who perpetrates acts of kidnapping is arrested. The police should ensure that that person is properly charged to court. And the court should also ensure that that person gets the judgment that is stipulated in the law. You understand? Not delayed. Not somebody who will not be, you arrest someone today, before the person will be sentenced, it will get to maybe another, maybe 1 year, 2 years, because the judges are not always available and all of that. When everybody sit down and do their work properly, it will also help in solving this problem. Because the judges are Nigerians, they live in Nigeria. Members of the executive are Nigerians, they live in Nigeria. So when they start seeing, because the pattern is this, when they start seeing that this stuff is lucrative, they are not being persecuted, they are not being arrested, before you know it, sometimes it will get to a point that they will start daring even governors and the president to see what will happen. You understand? So it is only when you have allowed a particular issue to have deteriorated to a point that the bandits are not bold enough to see that we can actually kidnap anybody in this country and nothing will happen. So it's because there's an incentive for kidnapping. That's why you're seeing that they're not going for high-profile people. You understand? Because there's an incentive. If we kidnap, they pay ransom. We are not arrested. When we make demands that our members should be released in exchange for kidnapped victims, our members are released. Look at how the last military general retired general that was kidnapped, how he was killed. Till today, no talk about the arrest of those persons who were involved in that crime. No talk about it. Those who have been arrested, even in the Oyo kidnapping case, they say 3 persons they were arrested and they were taken to court. To this very moment, I don't know why issue of kidnapping should take even a month for somebody who has been arrested for suspecting kidnapping case, as serious as kidnapping is in Nigeria, that person will not get judgment within even a month or even a week. So special tribunals, special courts should be set up to ensure that these people are tried summarily, you understand, without delay. Persecute them for the crime they commit. If they are seeing that they are being persecuted, they will not make demands. If they know that their members are serving sentences, maybe they give a sentence to serve maybe life imprisonment, they will not be making demands that you release their members for them to release kidnapped victims. It is only when they know that those people have not even been sentenced that they start making demands that if you don't release our members, we'll kidnap more people or we'll kill somebody for you to release our members. So until these issues are fixed, you understand, it will continue to be a very big incentive. Now, this judge kidnapped, released. We don't know if ransom was paid because there is no truth from the authority anymore. We don't know if ransom was paid. Nobody is paraded as for the crime. So, if I'm also doing that, if I'm a kidnapper, for instance, now, I will be encouraged to say, since I was not arrested, maybe they paid ransom. I will now say, okay, it means that I can still go for more operations tomorrow and do more. So there's incentive for them to perpetuate more crime. You understand? So if that incentive is not there, if okay, the other day some of our members kidnapped and killed a high-profile person, or they killed someone and they were arrested and they get justice for it without delay. It will also, before they will embark on another operation, they will have a rethink and say, let's think about the next operation before we go for it. But when they see that nothing of such is happened, it's just as if this incident happened, the next minute we have moved on to the next issue. The criminals also move on, and as they are moving on, they are getting more bolder by the day to say, okay, if you kidnap a judge in Nigeria and you kill the judge, or you kidnap a military general and you kill him, nothing will happen to you. We'll move to the next person. So is it that until it gets to the number one person in the country, or to get to governors before stringent measures will be taken against them? You understand? So it is because there is an incentive. Ransom are being paid. You understand? Ransom are being paid. Though authorities are denying that ransom are not being paid, but ransom are being paid. That's why it's emboldening them to go for more. It's because they know that it's lucrative. If it's not lucrative, they will have looked for something else to be doing. So it's lucrative. The other time we are hearing about billions that have been paid. You understand? You see people raising millions to pay for their family members who have been kidnapped. So it's because there's that incentive, and there's no what is it called? There's no appropriate sanctions to deter these criminals from their activity. So they just feel that, if you kidnap if you come to Nigeria and perpetuate this crime, you are not going. If they are not going to arrest you, if they even arrest you, you are not going to be sentenced to prison.
All
You'll
right.
be left until maybe they now start to make demands for your release and all of that. So it's a gamut of systematic failure in the country.
Systematic failure in the country. Well, we are looking to get in a better Nigeria. We believe that Nigeria would, rise above all of these deters. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ihinose Omwaka. He's a public affairs analyst and development communication expert. Thank you so much for joining us on the Media News today.
Very much.
All right, you're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People Television. Still ahead, Remi Tinubu highlights breastfeeding benefits. We'll do this after this short break. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has urged mothers, especially breastfeeding mothers, to prioritize breastfeeding, saying it supports children's healthy growth and development. In a message to mark the 2026 World Breastfeeding Week, observed from August 1st to 7th, Tinubu supported this year's theme, Breastfeeding for a Sustainable Start in Life, Strengthening What Works. She described breastfeeding as an important investment in the future of families and the nation. The First Lady also advised nursing mothers to maintain healthy lifestyles and eat nutritious foods to improve their well-being and that of their babies. Now let's give you this update on the fire incidents that occurred on Sunday at an airport in Lagos. The Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria says flight operations have resumed at Terminal 2 of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, after a fire incident. FAN, which confirmed the fire outbreak, said that this Aerodrome Rescue and Firefighting Service ARFFS was deployed to the scene to respond to the incident and prevent it from escalating. The agency said its emergency personnel ensured the safety of passengers and airport facilities within the terminal area. It added that there were no reported casualties or loss of lives during the incident. Moving on, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged President Bola Tinubu to order a probe into allegations of missing, diverted, or misapplied funds amounting to over 6.79 billion within the Nigerian Police Force and the Federal Ministry of Police Affairs. In a letter by its Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadare, SERAP asked the President to direct the Attorney General of the Federation, the Inspector General of Police, and relevant anti-corruption agencies to investigate those implicated and cover the funds, firearms, and ammunition allegedly lost. The group also called for the prosecution of any contractors, companies, and public officials found culpable. SERAP said the allegations were contained in the latest annual reports of the Auditor General of the Federation. In another development, the Lagos State government will today commence its 2026 capacity building workshop for officers in the Unified Local Government Service. The Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Office of Local Government Establishment and Training, Toyin Ogunlano, announced the program in a statement. The government says the training program to be organized by the Lagos State Office of Local Government Establishments and Training will run from August 3rd to September 15th, 2026. Coming up next is the business and sports stories after this break. Please do stay with us.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome back. In the world of business, Nigerian crude oil and global oil prices fell on Monday as fresh U.S.-Iran talks raised hopes of easing tensions and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Brent crude futures dropped 7% to about $82 a barrel after U.S. President Donald Trump said he would reconsider military action against Iran and pursue diplomatic options. Nigerian crude, which had traded above $85 a barrel, was also affected by the decline. Analysts said the easing of supply concerns following signs of possible diplomatic progress pushed buyers away from higher-priced crude, although fears around Middle Eastern shopping and shipping routes remain. Still in business, the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NAKIMA, said it has opened applications for a $150 million offshore expansion facility to provide Nigerian businesses with long-term, single-digit interest financing. In a statement, the association said eligible companies can apply through a dedicated digital portal launched as the Infrastructure Conference 2026 in Abuja. NASIMA said the initiative, developed in partnership with the German commercial banking group, aims to improve access to foreign capital and supports the growth of Nigeria's private sector. In the world of sports, Team Nigeria has finished 7th in the final medal standings in the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, emerging as the highest-ranked African nation at the event. The Nigerian contingent won 10 gold, 7 silver and 7 bronze medals across 10 sports. Gold medal winners included Esther Nwogu in women's lightweight powerlifting, Ezekiel Nathaniel in the men's 400 meters hurdles, Goodness Nwachukwu in women's F42 discus throw, and Chukwuebuka Enekwechi in the men's shot put. Other gold medalists were Samuel Ogazi, Ruth Didi, Hawa Lawal, and Chukwuebuka Omwofia. Australia topped the medal table with 65 gold medals, followed by England and Canada in second and third positions, respectively. Still talking sports, UEFA has threatened legal action against FIFA President Gianni Infantino over the organization's failed plan to sell shares in its tournaments. The controversial proposal, which involved competitions including the Men's and Women's World Cups and the Club World Cup, faced strong opposition from UEFA, CONCACAF, and the Asian Football Confederation. Following a meeting with its 55 member associations, UEFA warned it could boycott FIFA competitions if the plan went ahead and cautioned against the destruction of related documents. Infantino later announced the proposal had been scrapped, citing divisions within football. And in the world of sports, Spider-Man Brand New Day has recorded a massive global opening, earning $927 million in ticket sales to become the second biggest opening weekend ever, beg your pardon. The superhero film starring Tom Holland and Zendaya trails only Avengers Endgame, which grossed more than $1.2 billion in its opening weekend in 2019. The movie also set a new North American record with $335 million in earnings, while generating $572 million from international markets, including $121 million in China. The latest installment received largely positive reviews, with some critics describing it as Holland's best Spider-Man performance yet. And that's it on the midday news. Before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Kidnapped Kebbi High Court judge regains freedom. Troops exhume slain Imo community leader. Oedipo condemns persistent killings. Kalu defends Bishop's message to Tinubu. Atiku faults federal government's economic recovery crane. Accord accuses police of selective arrests. And in business, oil prices fall as Trump eases Iran tensions. In the world of sports, Team Nigeria finishes 7th, tops Africa. And in the world of entertainment, Spider-Man Brand New Day opens with $355 million. And that's it on the midday news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television, and on all the social media platforms we are as Voptv Live. If you witness any news happening around you or near you, we want to hear from you. So do send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly to WhatsApp to 081-4606-4057, 081-4606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Good afternoon, and thank you for watching.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg sef, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
ala ndị eze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Voptv. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Voptv. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Voptv, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Voptv. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Voptv. Mwah.
Shout out to Voptv. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Voptv. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Voptv.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watebe. I'm an actor and you guys are live on Voptv. Keep it locked because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Voptv.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Voptv. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Voptv. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Voptv.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Voptv.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply. being available. But yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to Voptv. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to Voptv because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self can get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, people were talking about people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? It's another beautiful week. Yes, on the Spotlight Show, and every time on the Spotlight Show is always an amazing time. And I'm your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, aka Kobe Prezi. Asidebi. So today, like I always say on the Spotlight Show, is always a special time, and I am not doing this alone. I'm here with my darling and sweet angel. The way you call they look me.
Hi.
Oh, how are you doing today?
How are you doing? How was the weekend?
Fine, thank you. I had an amazing
how was
weekend.
our wedding?
Well, let's talk about the wedding. So this week has been really, fun with one of our, how will I put it? One of
our baby boys and girls.
One of our baby boys.
No, the small people doing doings. In Javi's voice, she said, "They call us small children, right? Come and see small children doing doings." So this is small children doing what?
doing. So yes, popular Nigerian content creator and live stream personality Pella became one of the biggest trending topics over the weekend after tying the knot in a glamorous wedding ceremony attended by family and friends, and several celebrities also. And photos and videos from colorful celebration quickly flooded social media with fans praising the couple and admiring the elegance of the event. So the wedding generated massive buzz online as celebrities and well-wishers congratulated the newlyweds, while clips from the ceremony continued to trend across various platforms. Many fans have described the event as one of the most talked about celebrity weddings of the weekend. So we're still wishing the couple, a happy and fulfilling married life.
Yes, so
I mean,
and in anticipation for the white wedding now, so we are still wishing them. But it's actually a very beautiful thing to see that.
Tell me.
No, it was so colorful.
Yeah.
No, the color that Shebi for the engagement was really amazing. Burgundy did well.
Yeah.
And people came repping. They came repping glamorously.
Of course.
Because when I saw the likes of Vicky James' dramatic chandelier kind of dress, and I saw the likes of Nkambala, the couple.
You're even going far.
They say,
calm down.
Opa.
Let's even start with the couple. Did you know? Have you seen Jarvis' dress?
Okay, so
see, I've always known Jarvis as someone that is the fashion, fashion person. No, she has always been the fashion person.
I didn't see that coming actually. I was really amazed about her in-depth with Edo, the whole bridal thing.
And we'll talk about the fact that, Prudence had to make her dress at some point.
Oh, that was for our court wedding that happened earlier before Saturday.
Yes.
That court wedding dress was really glamorous.
I'm telling you.
No, it was just a very simple
but classy.
Then it speaks volume. And one thing about Jarvis is her face card. Her face card is 1,100 minus nothing. Our face card is
oh my God.
And whoever did our makeup artist, so both our court wedding and our traditional,
they did a good job.
I don't want to mention your name. Nobody else how they do your art free of charge. But you really did well.
It's something that you see. One thing why I love, I love celebrities. I love entertainment. I love the fact that.
Now Proco, I love now Proco Business Center.
Calm down. It's the fact that all of them came out for Pella. You see,
okay.
At first, I was expecting. No, now I was just waiting for the. I was expecting a lot of people that were saying, "Oh, that they are small children. They are this, they are that. Or are they supposed to get married?" Calm down. The people wake on the shout. Now then come there for front for the wedding. I could ask. I said, wait.
Not all of them. No, it's not that bad. So now let's just be very honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
There's anything that has brought Pella so far.
Yeah.
Despite his terrible grammar.
Yeah.
Despite his lousy personality, that this guy has a special grace of people just favoring him. He even making it on TikTok was all about favor.
Yeah.
It wasn't just favored locally, even internationally. And he came to play at his wedding where you see people. One of his top fans traveled all the way from overseas just to come and witness the wedding and be there live. Do you know what that means? And he didn't just come and witness it live. Yeah. Even Bella said what he thought was, even without him coming, maybe he would have given say $5,000. But he do all the expenses and still gave him how many thousands of dollars? Like, that's so Bella has favor.
Is actually loved.
And honestly speaking, Bella is actually one of those respectful young guys.
At what age?
The way where where you're coming from. Where you know where you're going to.
Yes.
You will carry the criteria that makes you. If you remember, there was a video that trended before the wedding where he went to Priscilla's house to see Priscilla and her husband to give them the invite and the ashebi and all. See the way it was literally just prostrating and greeting. Okay, maybe to the husband's facing around.
Yeah.
But in age gap with Priscilla is not that far. Actually. But then you see respectfully. Do you understand?
Yes.
And we've seen Pella over the years at events, maybe live streaming and all the way and manner at which he respects people in the industry. And you know one thing about this industry is the fact that people in this industry are big on respect.
Actually.
If you say they don't like person and because say you did disrespectful. Most times.
So one thing that really caught my attention was the fact that he had a lot of gifts. See, a lot of people came, I just see dollars where they spray.
Gifts, I feel like this.
I've just seen gifts that
now let's be honest with ourselves.
Yes.
Pella is not the first. And I'm definitely certain that it's not going to be the last.
Why is his own so different?
Hold on. That we've seen them spray a lot of money like that.
Yes.
We've seen weddings where they've sprayed higher than
that. Yes.
But one thing was evident. When the people who has doings would come out, gifting him house in Abuja.
Yeah.
if you've seen him a lot
Tell you.
See, did you see the convoy?
Actually,
David John no do reach this one.
See convoy, God.
David John no do reach this one. Now that one, at that
I
point,
won't talk this thing now, but some men left the group. Wait,
no,
make I laugh.
they were not even on the group before.
Some men left this group because wait till I want talk now. The fact that people that come out and they will say, oh, the Pella is too young.
I like the first say show that the freeze place when they chop, when they do the court wedding. I was so like
the fact that some men will say, oh, they are not yet ready for marriage. I don't think.
Calm down now.
They are not yet ready for marriage. We've not seen the right person. The people wait till they find. You understand? They go down reach.
40.
Jesus
41,
Christ.
42.
I beg. See,
And
to all my ladies,
they are not ready.
now the ladies are going to blame now. See, I tell you now the truth. You see those times when they will come tell you, say, make we see as they go. Nothing like that.
No, we go nowhere.
Auntie, cuckoo pick race. If you not say that man don't come, they tell you, say, oh, baby, let us see how we are going to, let us walk towards it. Now lie, yo. Now lie. I tell
Big
you
lie
that.
now, big lie. Everybody knows. Say that one a scam.
Now lie, now scam. So shine your eye. If to the extent, you did not notice something that Nurse Mirage and I'm even talking about the fact that these guys, like these ladies, are getting closer again. I think they've reconciled and they're coming back together.
It's a good one.
And
you know one thing about life. One thing I think I've learned in the entertainment industry over the years is that there is no permanent enemy.
Actually.
And there is never permanent friend.
And you can see that she's actually, hanging out with our. Are we supposed to be expecting? Are we supposed to be expecting
let's remember that Nurse Mirage mentioned earlier this last month when she talked about the fact that let's say now she won't go marry now.
Hey!
So baby girl,
Lord of Jesus.
If
be like say God don't they talk something. Like as we say save your day here now. You go they say
you go to come and save your what?
You don't know where my mind they go. You don't know whether now white person. Who knows?
Well, the funniest part, I don't think I've ever had issue with skin color, ethnicity, tribe, and the likes. I think the only reason why I've ever mentioned that I don't think I want to marry an Hausa person is because I realize that their culture is quite complex.
Okay.
And for someone like me who just like a very simple and straightforward lifestyle, so it's a whole lot. Because at least my 1 year in the north, I saw quite a lot. And I realized that it's not just for you going into someone's culture and trying to impose something on them when it's not part of who they are. I don't have issue marrying a white guy. But I see a white man today that is responsible, that has the fear of God, that is Jesus' boy, and is doing well for himself, and he has a vision, and we automatically fall in love. Now when I say my name don't change to Oyinma Fasin.
My own be say if young
Oyin
boy
Obama. Okay, now
if young boy fit find love, who are they?
And I think I like the fact that someone actually shared a clip of the very first live stream where Pella and Jarvis met. You could see Pella with his Ankara tied around his neck with a very horrible background.
Is that you're looking storming? Actually,
terrible English. And
God.
it was confidence for him.
Yes.
And even from the very first day, you could notice in his eyes, he was literally
Jarvis like no green. Jarvis say now, actually they put that say, is it that you cannot spell?
It's funny. Actually. And Jarvis is coming from a place where she's from a family where they have good backgrounds and the like. And one thing is very evident in the fact that Pella knows saying no. But care. And right from that very day, they say you're very beautiful. You're very this. He's already so interested. And even till date, you know that along the line, Jarvis realized how this is a good guy. And trust me, for women, we are not that difficult. Yeah, some women might have clauses when they marry some certain men. But a woman's house can be easily won when a woman see that you are genuinely interested.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that Pella is coming from, not Pella now, Jarvis herself, is coming from a broken marriage, a broken home. She never even gets to meet her father even to date. So there is a vacuum. And now seeing someone who, even despite his age, way younger than herself, is willing to, step up. It might be childish, very childish. He say, "What Jamile corner now? Like, don't pinch me again."
So one thing I actually love about the fact that this wedding really took place, because I've been the one saying, say this wedding is going to be something else, and the fact that I saw our professor, their professor.
Exactly. I want to say who are you and who is their
because I don't know where Gege came from.
No, you know when I saw the post where he was saying that Pella should send his food or send his clothes money. I say normal. Pella fit give her that money times 10.
Actually,
is there a broke guy?
If you're big, you're big. You don't need to. You don't need to be making noise.
When they said he should give his wife money for soup, he said I will send her 10 million.
Jesus.
Where's some men?
If they don't send us 10 million, we know they go.
Yeah.
You don't leave me. I don't understand. You don't leave me.
Don't be
saying that me and you did this game.
Don't be me and Precious who marry the same man. So you can't be if we.
So if you don't tell me, say now, if person just come carry 10 million, give you now. You don't they think I'm. Anyway.
You know why I had a deep thought.
Why?
One thing is very evident.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's not just about the money now.
Okay.
So now, does the person love you? For Jarvis and Pella, it's evidence.
That's love.
Funniest part, they will still have so much greater stumbling block.
Yes.
But I think they have both come to an agreement that this storm, we can weather it together.
Yeah.
So at that point.
So I actually saw someone writing or tweeting basically for Pella and Jarvis. So the person said, that why would a water child, become close to a snake child, that both of them do not get... I'm like, for this particular wedding that everybody's happy about, and people go still find waiting they want you to take.
No,
normally.
You know that song now, crazy things are happening. There's a reason why we have so many songs.
So somebody will just sit down. Maybe you are angry or you are sad that you are not invited.
The person might be single to stupor.
Sometimes I see some tweets
from and I might be broke.
Hey,
I'll be tweeting from an old iPhone 3 or iPhone 6.
Oh my God. I don't know how people
do
this, but to be sincere, I actually love the fact that, Pella and Jarvis finally.
I love our response to, the day they had their court wedding.
Yeah.
And people had a lot of comments, giving them advice. And the following day she did a video, she was like, it's normal for people to do registry.
Yeah.
It reached my turn. I think I get advice. And I like the fact that people commenting that some of those people advising are even coming from people that are single.
Yes.
That they've never experienced a good relationship before. Say the difference, say you date man. Was a good relationship, can't work out.
Yes.
Maybe family, tribe, ethnicity or something.
And Pella is showing responsibility at this age. At this age.
I remember
I'm sorry, but I have to say this because a lot of men and women will not tell me, okay, normally we don't say you they wait for the right person.
Exactly.
But you not tell me say I'm not ready for response. Kilo day, which I don't understand.
Okay, so I think Pella's sense of responsibility came from his experience.
Yes.
And he said it in one of his interviews where he mentioned the fact that his parents are not married, they just got pregnant and they have them. But he is of the opinion that this cost will not come to stay over him or extend to his children. This is more or less, is more beyond, it's more about love, breaking a cycle,
of course,
moving beyond what, the mentality of what people,
and
the fact that, people never even knew who the mom was so much like that.
Yes.
It was until I remember that, I think I used to know this face back then.
Wow.
Then she talked about the fact that, she was trying to, make it also in the industry back then, but it didn't work out for her, X, Y, Z. People have their stories,
of course,
and they've gone through one thing or the other. People are very quick to judge, even when they have no iota of contribution to your life. And from this same Pella issue went to Yabo Ojo, and they had to bring her up an interview where the Pella's mom talked about the fact that Yabo was there for her when they had nothing, that she had literally taken her children's clothes home for her own children, take food stuff and XYZ. So when people saw Yabo sitting as big mommy to the husband, a lot of people had a lot of things, and people talked about that. Lisa herself go get waiting to come start to talk upon that matter. I don't mention anybody now. Lisa they talk. I don't know who they bear that name, but then it comes down to the fact that you see this life is a circle. You and I that know ourselves today. Something might happen in the next couple of years and may not even be the same country. but we are still in this world. Something will still keep bringing us back together. That's how the world works. So for people out there that think they have advice for Pella live in for one room, buy house for himself, him parents. He mention the car that Pella. I can't remember the name of the car now. And then she even went for and said, I think I want Cybertruck. When God answers your prayer,
yeah,
it does not mean that God has not answered your prayer should be beefing that person. We all know Pella is young. We are very skeptical about, he's so young. Is he really sure this is love? What if it's infatuation? Does this lady really love him? Knowing fully well they're back and forth. Because they bring and come with us.
Actually.
Do you understand? If not, nobody go know. But then it's not like maybe they called anyone of you personally and said, and then the mother spoke about something sometimes ago. But then now they've decided to look beyond their odds and forged ahead. I think what we hold them is prayer.
Actually. Because all these plenty random
single Pringles, what they advise them,
yes,
wait for your turn. That some of you might never end up experiencing.
I'm telling you.
They're doing well for themselves. I'm happy for them.
And
it's beautiful.
And yes, it is. And we had to get to know that he's getting, the white wedding has to be on the 8th.
Yes.
Waiting vex me. Let me tell you true. Waiting vex me for the part when you say, my white wedding na 8th of this month. Waiting vex me, he say you don't want to see Agbero. I don't know. No, now.
Where Agbero is a term used in Yoruba language. We're talking about people that are rowdy, noisy. But Pella now you be Agbero.
Who can be? Because they blog. Because they media people food there.
Not really media people. No, I'm sure he's not really talking about reputable media houses. Because but probably like content creators.
Explain it like that. He say people we invite, not even plenty reach the media people
who brought them there.
Oh my God. But
they're happy for you, so chillax, guy, chillax.
We will still say, a big congratulations.
It's a congratulations to you, Jarvis, Pella. It's beautiful to see your love evolve.
Wow.
And we hope to see this in the next 100 years.
And when we're talking about relationship, everybody now could not they put their leg on a high tension now. See, it be like saying
your university don't fail over Pella.
but I mean, it's a good thing that even Gege had to come for the wedding. We had a lot of them. Sam Larry, we had the likes of Sam Larry. A lot of them were.
The crowd was
really
massive.
Out for Pella.
And it was a beautiful one.
It's a big congratulations to Pella and Jarvis.
And even Auntie Ramota.
Yeah, she was giving them the dance.
The stepping was
Oh my God! Congratulations once again to Pella and Jarvis. And as they walk down the aisle again for their
on
white
the
wedding,
8th, yeah,
it's a big congratulations.
Well, we'll get to unveil who is doing the white wedding dress. Actually, at least we've seen Prudence, we've seen Vicky. Yeah. Now, who is doing the white?
Okay.
We can't wait, right?
We can't wait. I can't wait. All right, that takes us to our next story. We're talking about Nigerian music star Davido has given fans a glimpse of his newly acquired luxury mansion in Atlanta, Georgia, which he shares with his wife, Chioma. So the singer shared a video of the stunning property on social media, expressing gratitude and dedication, and said the achievements to both of them with the caption, "God has been good to us." And at the Chef Cheese. So the lavish 7-bedroom home reportedly worth about $2.5 and has generated excitement among fans, with many congratulating the couple on the new milestone. So the video has since gone, and with admirers celebrating Davido and Chioma's continued success and growing family. This is awesome.
It's massive, baby.
It's massive, baby. It's massive, baby. I like the sound of that. See, one thing about Davido and Chioma, I actually love the fact that these people really, and these parts, two of them end up together. See, this thing makes me think about there's a person for a particular person.
No matter how man was, you go see woman.
See, now even the ones where nobody has a bad character from David. I've not seen any, but even calm down. I never go that side. Calm down. I just won't glance. See, even the people where get bad character.
Yes.
Now themselves they even they get good people. They Jesus
Well, it's
Christ.
a beautiful thing. Well, you don't know what they're going through behind their curtains. So that's why I don't do two go far with. But like, I'm happy to see people try to, have a lovely family.
Yes.
And they are growing. It's beautiful to see that Davido is growing.
Yeah.
And is in the old rumor, not rumor now, the old dragon, he subsided a little.
Actually.
And we hope may this peace continue.
Amen.
We no one see dragon. Oga, lock up. Lock up.
Amen. Seriously.
Because the only dragons I've ever had is all your baby mama's drama.
But the truth is, I see Davido I think he's been better since he got married. Since he got married to Choma.
Even before the marriage.
Even before the marriage, actually.
At least he's
been
growing.
better.
He's getting better.
Yes, definitely. And where the fact that he said,
and he's trying to be the best of his behavior now.
Okay. And saying that he doesn't want to be seen in the club anymore. And he wants to be. I mean, come to think of it. I think he has. He now has the mindset of
And she now. He don't be father for a very long time.
Yes, but he's
well, wait, no use father will even take job.
Make I tell you truth. You don't say a lot of people can be they can be a father, but they don't show that sign of fatherhood.
Well,
is it true?
We cannot still say a showing sign of fatherhood. That's left for his baby mamas and his wife to be a judge over.
But they can testify.
Because what makes you a father goes beyond just words of mouth.
But he is trying. Everybody knows.
I don't understand. You follow them and go there.
No, at the seat. No.
Not until mama we talk now. We know say there no pay school fees. Where you think they talk?
But he
You're
has
not
this
there.
relationship with his daughter.
It's not about the ground. I mean, all we see is the ground. So I'm one thing I think I've realized.
Yeah.
I grew up in a very large community where I have women who are single mothers, I have women who are widows, I have women, various women in various stages of life.
Yeah.
So I have come to learn that it's not about what you show on the ground or the life you portray.
Yeah.
Sometimes I know people who are going through worse situations and their ground looks intact. So it's not about the ground. So we just hope. So we can only hope. Because, for years, we all know David always bringing out Sophia. Sorry, not Sophia now. That's the mother. Bringing out Imade and, always everywhere and everything with the child.
Yeah.
It was until when she speaks up that we knew what was really going on behind the scene. And, he didn't even come out to deny because there was nothing to deny. Because the lady came out with facts and figures. And even his family were there to testify and all. But then, thank God that now they are... one thing I think I want people to understand that no matter what you bring to the social media, it's not going to solve your issue.
Yeah.
Just like the Wasiu Ayinde's recent own, where a woman came out saying, I had the child for him. He asked me to abort it. That's the last time I heard from him. Now she's going through a lot to, sponsor that child through school. And he was not decent enough to have put a call through to that woman. And then he came on a live band stage and say, whoever has anybody coin, and I'm like, who's this? Whose father are you? Do you understand?
Yes.
And what these men don't understand is the fact that some of you are laying legacies that is not mouth. Some reputable people's children can never marry your children in the future. Have they ever thought that deep?
Yeah.
See, this thing is deeper for Yorubas.
Yes.
There is what we call, in as much as they kind of scrap it, but it's still not scrapped. Where there are people that they will go back to check your lineage.
Lineage, yes.
They want to know what has happened in your family before. Now, tell me if Wasiu Ayinde's son comes to anybody's child now and is saying, I want to marry, they would doubt the child. Because the Bible even established that we would ask for this. Do you understand?
Yes.
Like the sins of the father shall be asked about the children.
Yes.
From first generation to the fourth. If God can be petty to go to the fourth, how much more will human beings pettiness? We can go to the 10th. What are you saying? So for you as a woman or as a man, before you do some stuff, you would have to think deep and look at repercussions. Now it's not even like the child is not yours.
Yes.
And this child is a girl. Do you know the trauma? You're still the same man that even a celebrity got pregnant for you, had your child, and you have to settle on a live stage on another person's party. If you tell them a party, I'll bounce you out. Like who hired you? I hired you to come play at my event, and that's the stage for you to settle your private shenanigans. As how?
So, see, I would love to say this basically. I see a lot of our celebrities that has turned to a baby father.
They're plenty.
They're plenty. So it's
Everywhere.
now the norm. It's like it's the norm for most of our celebrities. I don't want to get married. I don't want to settle down. I just want to have a baby mama.
Only celebrity.
I just want to have a baby
No,
mama.
wait, the celebrity even get money. It's only celebrity. People are, I don't know where this notion came from.
Yes.
I saw a post. I want to remember her name now. It's a popular matchmaking this thing where she talked about a man reached out and said he's looking for a woman that can bear him a child.
So
he's single.
What happened to?
It's not like he's married though.
Yes.
That can bear him a child and they can co-parent.
God. See, sometimes I
don't know what love you don't show you for this life that brought you to that stage.
Where person go on say precious, may God just blow. I beg, see.
No, may Trump never blow.
May never blow. May just
I never chop
because
life.
See the things where men they do.
No, the things where human beings they do. Because if we
reach
talk from women's side, now the lady who lost her husband,
yes,
and was fighting for properties and came on social media that even the government had to step in. Now there's a new evidence that she left the man when he was sick, close to death. She abandoned the man, left. And was until when the guy was okay, the guy went back to her.
So
for whatever reason,
what happened to for better for worse?
She gets, and then they go back and they quickly did a. Did not even involve family. They quickly just tied the knot within themselves, went to registry or something. Then the guy passed. Now the family are like, what's going on?
See,
do you understand? So
I
that's why I say it's not only men.
Yes,
it's human.
You see that part when you walk down the aisle with your partner and they said, and maybe the priest when presiding over your wedding says, for better for worse, when you're ready to
even in courts they're done.
Even if for better for worse, I don't they question if for better for worse because trust me, men will tell ourselves the truth. Many women and men, when it reach time when their partner go they sick, because tell me why you say you love somebody and you can't stand in with the person when the person is even sick.
You talk about
you can't even.
Have women, if you allow women to talk about their experience when they had their children, women who are supposedly happily married, how the husbands treated them, and they turn into a norm, and then I'm like, hey, you said cover it like Paramore, and the question I needed to ask is, the most painful part is that child that they even went through all the labors for. Somebody like me, I'm not bearing my mother's name.
It's something
my
else.
Father's name.
So I saw a video, circulating online recently, and I saw a man, I think the wife went for a business August meeting. And
I'm going to go and beat her up there. I don't want to know whatever reason,
I actually don't want to know whatever
reason. It shows who he is.
But at some point, he was saying, oh, you left your son in the hospital and you're here. I thought that marriage is something it's a collaboration. If your wife no day, man go standing, right?
Okay, wait, more
so,
lie.
So
wait,
no, it's the mindset the men now have. In fact, it's the mindset the two, like both the men and the women, because they get mindset where they even enter inside the marriage.
Because how come your child is in the hospital and you went for a party?
Thank you. Now does
that give you the fatherhood character to go and beat up your wife?
Thank you. So there's a mindset that men always have that the work of a man is to provide for the family. Now the work of a woman is to take care of the family.
Wait.
Hello,
but
who said the man cannot?
Agreed.
Who said
no, that one.
Who said the woman cannot provide?
My love, no, I agree. Provider of the universe. If you want to provide, then provide well. And the woman doesn't need to lift a finger, then she still has everything. So now when they talk about taking care, doesn't mean you have to do it yourself. You could have helps.
Yes.
I know people who have 3 children, have 3 nannies. The nannies.
So for each child is a special nanny.
Yes. And the nannies are not the maids. They have housemaids. They have a chef.
But I mean, if it's comfortable for you to get nannies,
you need to see. No, you see their own house like this for front.
Yeah.
They have another story building where their helps live comfortably. Some even moved in with their family. They have a driver, they have a gardener, they have so for someone like that, and the wife no need to talk, say, my dad, you are not providing. He is a provider. You that you cannot even pay for cleaner that will come once in a month. Clean the house because of a provider. I don't know when bread and butter turn to provider. Because when you buy 2,000 naira bread when they come back from work, then you are a provider.
You know, when I even heard him speaking, he was like, oh, that because you have money more than me. I'm like, what is all this? So where
was
is
the
it now?
mindset I
Where
could
is
even
it?
eat
It's
her?
the mindset.
Obviously, that's not
It's
the
the
first time.
where was it written that women cannot make their own money? Where was it written that women cannot also provide for the family? Where was it written that men cannot also help in the kitchen? Where was it written that men cannot even sweep
These same men
clean
when
the
they
house?
go abroad.
I mean,
not even the men now.
I like the fact that men has pride though. No, their pride they smell. Nobody feel collect am from them. No, let us tell ourselves the truth. They get one pride when they smell. Their pride, they if you do something way bad, go still they tell you say na me they right.
No, you know, people who are narcissistic in nature, they will see black and still defend that black. No be make my way rape person where evidence they thought say they set me up. That's when I get that evidence. Did you do it? I don't know if you understand.
Yes.
I don't have an issue with him coming out from prison and becoming a better version and getting married and having a child. But the issue I have is you don't have a sense of remorse. Did you do it? That video we watched, was it doctored? No. So did you do it?
And questions like this are just yes or no.
Like I don't need to say it's because they gave me pounded yam. No. Did you do it? Were you drugged? No. Did you do it? Even if you were drugged, was your brain clouded? Not to have seen that it's a 12-year-old girl?
I mean,
see the man now trending. I even like the fact that they say, is it I married the mad woman or he goes to prison for 10 years?
Yes, now.
Because tell me why you're not saying you congeal you.
What?
You now pick up a mad woman.
Yes.
It's like someone that is mentally. Oh God.
See, sometimes
how
I get stories
human
and
can you be?
I get so pissed off. In fact, let's not even go down there. The truth is, if you are having a family, you should have this. Your mindset should be off from who is providing, because you're being with this
Davido,
person.
they provide.
It's a collaboration, please. Let us know it's a collaboration.
Even,
if your wife does,
even if not be collabo, it go be alabo. You know, alabo they different. Collabo is like this, alabo they like this.
If your wife does,
you go match up the
something
energy
for the house, gets to clean the house, gets to carry the shower, at least when you come back, you see your wife don't work out everywhere, do everything.
No, now who won't work out?
Will I say courtesy demand? Or you should have
I have
the right.
seen a man that, his place of work is like 2 kilometers from the house.
Yes.
And the wife works on the island. And they have a child. They have just one car. And he takes the car to his 2 kilometer job.
And
the wife juggles boss.
So sometimes
it's
I
children.
see things like this,
and the children have to now be schooling in between island and mainland. So the wife has to go and pick them. So I started from the bottom. I said, Novice, you married a weapon fashioned against you.
So what if this woman gets a car now? And
no, the irony is that car that is even driving,
the one that she will get,
as a woman's
the man might want to take that from her.
No, there was a story one time. Oh, and now I just recollected that story where a lady said her husband owns a car.
Yeah.
Then she didn't have a car. They got married. She has a child. Then she juggles boss. Then she talked to her husband about getting a car for her. Then the husband got a second car and gave that his old car to his sibling. And the woman continued juggling boss. Even both in old car and new car, now still Camry. Then the wife started to, toughen up, speak to her boss, got a loan that they will remove instrumentally with her savings.
Yes.
Then she got a car, got a Lexus for herself.
Yeah.
A Lexus. You know that Lexus.
So,
then the husband now had the temerity to tell her that let's swap cars.
Why?
Because his car is smaller. And he was like, I should be the one driving that kind of a big car. Then she said, no, probably if when her husband wanted to get his other car,
yes,
that even mentioned to her, she might have even suggested that, okay, babe, since that your old car is still okay, we just need to do the body work and some stuff on it.
Yeah.
How much is that one? How much is the new car I want to get? Okay, do you want us to get a bigger one? Okay, so this is the money I also have. Can we get a car? Stuff like that. Didn't discuss with her. And he came in with a new car and gave the old car to his sibling. Now he wants to swap. Now tell me the truth, where the family, the mother-in-law had the audacity to call up the daughter-in-law and say, now your husband is well.
See, what I was just
for married of 2 years.
In all these things, it's good that a man should know what he's supposed to do. A woman is supposed to know what she's
at least if you don't even know, may learn
With
for people who go teach
peace
am.
go there for house. Nobody go there quarrel. This one go say this one, that this one can't live. At least divorce go reduce. Because trust me, lots
needs
of
to reduce,
these,
actually.
yes, a lot of these things that happen causes, splitting in marriages.
Yeah, it does. Quite a number of times.
It's well. All right, guys, this is
This
where
we say it is well. It is
this
well.
is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akumanu, aka call me Prezi. And I didn't do this alone.
You had your baby girl, Oyindamala, Olukutan, the love of your life.
See you next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice. In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos
to the heart of Nairobi. From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No be una dey collect bribe dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè. Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu. Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio. Wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 090-4473-2605. Now, the news in detail. South Africa's Democratic Alliance, the second largest party in the governing coalition, has gone to court to challenge a land seizure law. The Expropriation Act allows the state to seize land in the public interest, in some cases without compensating the owner, as part of efforts to redress the legacy of apartheid. It was signed into law by President Cyril Ramaphosa in January 2025. No land has been seized to date. US President Donald Trump cited the law when courting off to South Africa last year. The case has caused friction with the African National Congress, the biggest party in the coalition, ahead of municipal elections in November. The pro-business, mostly white-led DA says the legislation gives government vague and sweeping powers and will deter investment. Meanwhile, Ramaphosa's ANC, a former liberation movement, says the legislation is a milestone in its efforts to transform the country's racially unequal economy, in which the white minority still owns most of the private farmland. A 5.6 magnitude earthquake struck 38 kilometers or 24 miles north of the Egyptian city of Suez just after 3 a.m. local time on Monday, GMT. Egypt's National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics said it had received no reports of casualties or damage to property. The Egyptian Red Crescent said its attack happened on Sunday in the village of Gara at Zawaya, which is under control of the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. Civilians had gathered for hearings on local cases and disputes. The group said the strike also wounded others and damaged the court building, an institution used to resolve tribal disputes. The attack came days after RSF leader Mohammed Hamdan Daglo told his fighters to consider themselves unleashed following military gains in neighboring Kordofan. Meanwhile, Sudan's Sovereign Council Chairman Abdel Fattah al-Burhan has chaired a Security Council meeting in the capital, Khartoum, to review the country's security situation. The Sovereign Council said it was the first meeting since the army regained control of several areas in North Kordofan state. The council also said it reviewed military operations and was briefed on the readiness of the armed forces, regular forces, and supporting forces to defend the country. It also adopted measures, to strengthen the rule of law, including the decision to establish special courts to handle crimes involving drugs, human trafficking, arms smuggling, and gold smuggling. In West Africa, Mali's former Prime Minister Moussa Mara has been released from prison. He announced at the weekend in a video posted on Facebook. Mara was sentenced in October 2025 to 2 years, including 1 year in prison and 1 year in probation, over a social media post criticizing the military government's restriction on democracy. He had been detained last August and charged with undermining the credibility of the state and spreading false information. Mara was summoned over a July 2025 post expressing solidarity with government critics who had been jailed. He was among the few public figures in Mali to openly criticize the military government of President Assimi Goïta. In Central Africa, at least 50 inmates have escaped from a prison in the Democratic Republic of Congo's Kasai province. Territorial Administrator Jean Chiawuke said the prisoners forced their way out of Luebo prison in the country's south-central region overnight Thursday into Friday. He said the escape appeared well planned as the inmates did not open the padlocks and that Security personnel are suspected of involvement. All the inmates escaped, including some considered dangerous to the public. 3 rifles were also taken. Authorities have launched a search and are urging residents to report any escaped detainees spotted in the region. In East Africa, Uganda has unveiled the statue of Jonathan Netanyahu, the older brother of Israel's prime minister, 50 years after the Entebbe hostage rescue mission. Uganda's Army Chief General Mahuzi Kainerugaba said the monument honors Netanyahu's courage and selfless service. He called the 1976 raid one of the most insignificant and significant episodes in modern history. Netanyahu was the only Israeli soldier killed during the operation, which rescued more than 100 hostages after an Air France flight was hijacked and diverted to Uganda's Entebbe airport. The statue showing Netanyahu's striding forward with a machine gun stands outside the old airport terminal where the rescue took place. Nearly 69,500 migrants have returned to Morocco from Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta over the past 30 hours. According to police sources who spoke to newsmen, the figure may include migrants who entered before last week's mass crossings, as well as those who crossed in and out more than once. In response, Spanish authorities on Saturday began installing containment barriers at the Tarajal border breakwater. The Interior Ministry said the system includes a 500-meter air-powered barrier rising up to 70 centimeters above the water with buoys provided by the Spanish Navy. A channel has been left open for civil guard vessels. And now we're going to be going into the analysis segment of the news. Joining us virtually for more insight on the African news stories is Opeyemi Ogunlami. He's a public affairs analyst. You are welcome. Can we establish communication with you?
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks for having me with you.
Please, can you unmute your mic? Okay, we have established communication with you. Thank you so much for joining the African news. Yeah. All right, now let's look at a very, very disturbing situation about the earthquake. You know, we just heard that the magnitude earthquake struck near Suez. Now, this is quite unfortunate, but how important is early emergency activation, such as the response by the Egyptian Red Crescent in reducing the impact of natural disasters so that this doesn't happen again?
Can you come again?
All right, I said how important is early emergency activation, such as the response by the Egyptian Red Crescent in reducing the impact of natural disasters so that this would not happen again?
Okay. Though the incident in Egypt, the earthquake isn't something that's usual in Africa. It's not something we see too often or frequently in Africa. But however, we cannot shy away from talking about quick response to reduce casualties. And then we must say that quick response is so important, especially from the government of the country, where we need to save lives to reduce casualties, because there's no how individuals may not be able to respond at that particular time because of panic. And it is the responsibility of government, especially the security and the safety team, to help reduce drastically the number of casualties in such situation like we have in Egypt. So it is very important, and it is to save lives. Even if properties can never be saved, we have to save lives, and it has to be quick and responsive.
Very correct. Do you think that African countries are investing enough in managing situations like this, for further natural disasters? It might not be earthquake this time. It could be a fire, an inferno. It could be the flood or anything. Do you think African countries are doing well enough to protect citizens against natural disasters like this?
The question is definitely no. African countries don't think ahead, especially African leaders. They don't think ahead of situations. We always wait till things happen before we respond, and that's exactly what is reflecting all over. Safety isn't what we think ahead. Even when we build our houses, when we build our public bridges, coming down, we don't plan things, we don't plan security, we don't plan safety ahead until a disastrous event takes place. That's when we plan. So African countries are not doing well as it concerns safety, and this is a big challenge for us and what we must wake up to in addressing.
Now, let's delve into solution-oriented questions. What do you think the governments can do to aid the citizens to understand how best to handle situations like this? What do you think the government should do?
Public education is important as it concerns this. Public education is very, very important because the public needs to be aware of measures to take when we are faced with natural disasters. That's first. And then it is also important to have, like in Nigeria now, if there is any natural disaster or even fire outbreak somewhere, what line are we supposed to call? The public, the gap between the government agencies and the public is too wide. So the public must also, the government must also get closer to its own public, address them, even to the level of our communities. The local government must also wake up in addressing this. All levels of government must be working together as a team, from the federal, the state, and the local, especially the local. Security and then safety is everyone's work. We shouldn't be shouting federal government, state government at all time. We need to focus on this. So if we enlighten the public or sensitize the public on measures to take in situations of natural disaster, and then we also need to get the public to having the contact to call. So that's for the public. And as it concerns the government, another solution that I see that government can do in Nigeria, let me not even talk about natural disaster as this. Let's talk about fire outbreak. Where is the office or the contact of the firefighters? What can we call? The necessary details. Do Nigerians have distance? To now talk of agencies that will save us when we have natural disasters. We do not have them. We do not have contact. We don't even know about them. So the public needs to be aware and the government needs to wake up to responsibilities. So these are things to do.
Yeah, the government needs to wake up to responsibilities. All right, let's move into Sudan Army drone strike on court. What's your thoughts on these particular incidents? What does this reported attack on traditional court reveal about the evolving nature of Sudan's civil conflict?
You see, in the region of Africa entirely, what we have at this time is is so pathetic that in a
All right, we have been cut off. The network has been really cut off, and that's quite unfortunate. But right about now, we'll be going on a very short break.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
All right. Thank you so much for coming back. So you have not landed on your thoughts concerning Sudan's drone strike on court. Please land on your thoughts.
Okay.
All right, it's quite unfortunate that the network connection is cut off abruptly. Well, We'll be going on a short break right about now, and when we return, hopefully we'll continue on the analysis. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching the African news, and we are still on the analysis segments. Can I establish communication with you, Okpeoluwa Ogunlami? If you're muted, please do well to unmute. All right, I can hear you now. So we're still talking about Sudan and army drone strike on courts. I was asking, what does this reported attack on the traditional court reveal about the evolving nature of Sudan's civil conflict? Please, you can speak now.
Okay, the attack that occurred in Sudan, that's specifically in Garal al Zawiya, I think. It's actually a paramilitary rapid support force. The army has actually at this time not commented or said anything as to this situation, which calls for another response from the government. That at this time in Darfur and in most of in the west of the country, two sides continue to fight for about 3 years now in civil war. And then within the country, I only commented that it's a failure also that we have seen in Africa, that a situation can be prolonged as this to escalate into a drone strike within the country, not external warfare. This is internal, and it has to end. And then, oftentimes, if we cannot solve things, Africa seems not to be able to solve their own local challenge, but that's so unfortunate. But if they cannot solve it, African countries are there. The African Union can mediate into the country and solve the issue, come together to solve it, because this is becoming an escalation within the country, Sudan.
Yes, yes. So how does the destruction of this traditional justice system affect local governance and the conflict resolution in Sudan?
Well, the emergence of lawyer group called for an investigation into the drone strike, and then they also condemned the targeting of the court, saying that the attack on civilians and civilian infrastructures it's just a grave violation of the international humanitarian law. So it shows how we've violated international law, and then how can we also come together as African countries, speak against this, and then stop this violation within the region of Africa. So it's really affected because it shows how we do not count international humanitarian law to be something that should guide us, even in any situation. So sad.
So sad, so sad. Well, what practical steps do you think regional organizations can take to better protect the civilians caught in this conflict?
Well, it is not the first time that we would have violence or conflict within the region of Africa. If it can be solved, the governments of Africa can come together. The AU, most especially, can come together, see a way to mediate within the country or assist the presidency of the country to solving this. So this is a way we can come in to solve it.
Amazing. All right, let's now tilt the conversation towards the prison break in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is quite unfortunate, but what does this mass prison escape reveal about the broader security challenges facing the Democratic Republic of Congo?
Okay, the prison break in DRC,
Yeah.
just as what we're having in Nigeria, I cannot specifically pinpoint because we know that the issue of prison break in Africa is always having to do with people in governance. So we cannot literally say that prisoners break prison and there is no way to curtail the occurrence. And this is not just 2 to 3 prisoners, a mass prison break. How did it happen? The government of the day should be checked. The security of the country also should be checked, should be investigated to know how that actually took place. This calls for a deep investigation of this country.
Mm.
African countries should do better. An African country should represent Africa and its governance in a better light. Not all these things happening to us. It's disgracing.
Yeah, very disgracing. Well, don't you think that these incidents points to deeper institutional weakness around the correctional center and the correctional system of the country? Don't you think?
I do not want to talk about the country alone. I just want to extend it to the whole of Africa. That the institution, the government itself, had become African government entirely. Not to talk of the RC alone. Even Nigeria governance had become a private enterprise. So. What happens to institutions does not really concern those in government. So it's a deep concern that the government should take as very important, looking at their security operatives in the country and how to manage things within the region extensively, not just in the RC.
All right. So in the country or in Africa as a whole, what immediate or long-term reforms do you think authorities should prioritize to avoid us or prevent similar prison breaks from happening in the nearest future or subsequently?
If we're saying what's immediate thing, what we should talk about is, does the government have the political will to serve? Because there are policies in place, even in the entire region of Africa. There are policies in place that could serve the country or countries very well. And then we see that they are not effective. What is happening? It is the political will by the people in power to serve. A lot of these African governments do not have this political will to serve. So what should they take in place? In Africa, we have a strong security outfit in place. But the issue we have is the lack of that political will. Our government in Africa does not want to work. What is the function of the AU, the African Union? If each government in Africa is not effective, they need to put them in place. We have our international standards. We have international policies that help to galvanize cooperation amongst African countries. So if one African country is not doing well, it could request or solicit for assistance from the other to work together to curb insecurity in its state, just as we're having in our own place too. So what should we do to put it in place? We have them in place. Securities are doing well. We need more training for our security operatives. We need more training for them in Africa, which are in place. To be honest, there are times that in Africa we have military from other European countries coming to train our military here. But what I would just say is we need more of technological inclusion in Africa. That will help us more. A lot of our soldiers, a lot of our security personnel cannot even operate common drone, and this is wrong. So this will help us if the technology will help us more in Africa if we can imbibe it.
All right. Now let's tilt this conversation towards the migrants that returned to Morocco from Ceuta. Now, Spain has introduced new border barriers. You know, we could see that Spain has has introduced new border barriers. Now, do you think those measures address the root causes of migration, or do you think it's just shifting the problem elsewhere?
Well, what broke out just a few days ago in Spain, and that people break border barrier should also call us to order, saying that why do we actually migrate? Let's start from there. Why do people migrate, especially from Africa? People returning to Morocco from other African countries. In fact, there's nowhere you get in the world that you don't see Africans migrating. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go on.
Okay, now, can you call me back to your question? I just got distracted with a call here.
All right. I said, what does this measures about the Spain introducing new barriers, new border barriers, do you think these measures address the root causes of migration, or is it simply shifting the problem elsewhere?
Okay, looking at what Spain introduced just lately, they are not too stringent measure. Or I only saw that they introduced the first entry registration. That is the non-EU visitors they said they must provide 4 fingerprints and facial photograph at first service kiosk or the border booths upon arrival, which is necessary for them to check people that migrate into their own country. That is not too strict. It's a normal thing. And then they said digital tracking. Digital tracking for them could help them address some root causes of migration. Sometimes people overstay in the country. That could also help them to track the entry and exits and the movement of migrants within their country. And then they have verification for re-entry procedure into the country. So that's to a large extent will help them to deal with some root causes of migration in Spain.
All right. So, what balance should government strike between the border security and the humanitarian obligations towards migrants? What balance should be created?
Well, the talking about humanitarian obligation, all countries have their international policy, and then they should fulfill it. Because if you read the international policy of countries of the world, it talks about the welfare and the safety of humanity, not just talking about people or migrants at this time. So the balance to strike at this time, if any country is striking any balance based on their own international policy, they cannot allow migrants affect them detrimentally. But what I will say is this, that in anything, any policy or balance any country will strike, when there's time for humanitarian services, countries should allow. Sometimes you have to stoop for some things. You have to bend your rule for migrants to have their way. Then you regulate them as they enter into their country. So this balance of regulating the activities of migrants into your country, even in the face of disaster in one country or chaos or war in one country, to allow them into yours. It does not say that you should allow everybody in. They must be checked. And that was why I talked of the biometric registration at the border in Spain. It's a good balance. That's fair enough for humanitarian services.
All right. We constantly see cases of irregular migration. Now let's move beyond border enforcement. What do you think that can be done to reduce the irregularities and all of the irregular migration that has been happening from Africa? What do you think can be done to reduce these particular acts?
Actually, internationally, internationally, we've seen that the international government is actually trying in Africa. How am I saying this? Germany, Spain, many countries in Europe have given chances for African governments to develop their youths in very many exchange programs, trainings, and education. But coming back home, these chances given to African countries are not popularized. How many African countries, or how many Nigerians actually know that they they take about 20,000 youths into Germany every year for academic purpose or for professional exchange program. This is a thing we need to popularize within the country, and our politicians should also, to a large extent, help the youth and not get into power for selfish interests. This is very important, and we've seen that why a lot of African youth want to leave is because their own home is not safe. The economic condition in their own home could not make them thrive until they get to another country. So African government should do better by making the economy work well for the African youths and people at large, so that there won't be reasons to be running out. We have a lot in Africa to develop, and we have a lot that should be working for us in Africa, not to be thinking of traveling. So it boils down to governance. If African government could do better, if they could remove selfishness, corruption, favoritism from their ways, then we can have a way in Africa.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's move this conversation over to the land seizure law by the South Africa's Democratic Alliance. Now, how significant is this legal challenge to South Africa's land reform agenda? And what could the court's ruling mean for the country's future, for South Africa's future?
Well, land seizure in South Africa, first and foremost, we need to talk about why the what's called land seizure. What does it mean to Africans in general, not just in South Africa? Well, for South Africans, I think the land seizure law refers to the implementation of legal challenge of the Expropriation Act, signed into law by the President Cyril Ramaphosa. And it was signed into law, I think, January 2025. The law permits states land expropriation in the public interest and without compensation under specific condition. Like if a land is unused or abandoned property, aiming to address historical, they are only aiming to address historical economic inequality. That is, if we have large expanse of land that's not being used, the government can retrieve it and use it for the public. We have a lot of it too in Nigeria, and I think that law is okay. We shouldn't be having lands. The reason you have a lot of demolition in all the places in Nigeria today is because government is not even thinking of this what's it called? This land, the fallow land. And the reason it is like that is because people that own those fallow lands lying fallow, is because the people who owning these lands are people in power or people that have affiliation to those in power. So the goal of this is to redress historical, colonial, and apartheid era land dispossession, because a lot of people have been dispossessed of their land, such as the 1913 Natives Land Act, where the white minority still holds most private farmland. So a lot of people were displaced. So that will help to correct the situation. And government could also take this land to use for the public.
To use the land for the public. Well, that brings me to the fact that the municipal elections are fast approaching. So do you think this whole legal battle is really about a political strategy, or is it just a constitutional project?
Well, I think it is more of I'm not in South Africa, because I wouldn't know what is majorly happening within the country, but I think it's more of law than political.
More of law and political. Well, lastly, this whole court case, does it redefine property rights? And does investor confidence, does it reduce property rights and investor confidence across Africa, especially in the countries considering the similar reforms?
Well, investors' confidence will be reduced because if we look at it, a lot of investors in Africa own properties, and then again, some of African descents that are in diaspora that came back to do something in their own land, we say that it will also affect them if proper consultation isn't done. It may also affect them. So it will affect the trust of investors in the country.
The trust of investors in the country. Thank you so much. We've been speaking with Okweyemi Ogunlami, a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining us on the African News. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, with that, we call it a wrap in the analysis segment. Thank you for joining us once again. Well, you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. And when we return, we'll be doing more and more stories coming your way. Please join us later. Bye.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise. In a world where